Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another world, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend the steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message.
Yes, fellows and girls, here is an important message for you. A message direct from our fighting Marines from the Solomon Islands, echoed by our blue jackets on the high seas, by the boys who wear our Army and Navy wings, our troops in Africa, our commandos in England. In fact, by every man in the American armed forces, no matter where he may be. And here's the message. We're going to win this war, they say. We're going to wipe Hitlerism and fascism off the face of the earth. We've taken on the job, and we're going to see it through, but we can't do it alone. We can't do it without the help of every boy and girl and every man and woman back home. Now, we know the one way we can help those boys fight this war to a victorious finish is to see that they get all the guns and tanks and ships and planes they need. But those things require a lot of money, and that's where you and I come in. We help our government to buy those war materials by lending them our money, by buying all the war stamps we possibly can. Why, right at this moment, there are American fighting men on the new front, and they're equipped with guns and tanks and protected by planes and ships that you helped to buy. That is, if you've been buying war-saving stamps regularly. So let's make a promise to ourselves right now. Let's promise to buy war-saving stamps as often as we can. Tell Mother and Dad about it. See if you can't get them to give you a dime a day for a war stamp, or even a dime every other day. And remember that every dime is important, because 10 cents will buy 5 .45 caliber bullets that can be used by our soldiers, sailors, and Marines. 5 dimes will buy enough fuel oil to take an American destroyer 1 full mile closer to its objective. And a dime a day from all the fellows and girls in the United States will buy enough fast pursuit planes to blast Hitler's Luftwaffe right out of the sky. So start right now to do your share to help win this war. Remember this, every time you've got a dime, buy a war-saving stamp.
And now, the adventures of Superman. When Superman, in his disguise of Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter, solved the mystery of the broken statues by revealing that one of them contained the formula for a new and revolutionary explosive, little did he know that the adventure was just beginning. Neither Kent nor the police know exactly who is after the formula, though they suspect agents of a foreign power. We do know, however, for in our last episode we overheard a conversation between 2 Japanese agents in Metropolis, Tojira Tokimura and a strange female known as the Leopard Woman, in which they planned to recover the formula. As we take up our story once again, our scene is police headquarters. Kent and Inspector Callahan are in the lineup room where prisoners brought in the night before are being examined. Listen.
Hey, you got me all wrong. I didn't have nothing to do with it.
Guilty or not guilty?
Okay, guilty.
Step down. Lose your mano. Lose your mano.
Stop shoving.
Get up there.
I'm getting. Take it easy.
Lose your mano. Alias, lose your log. Alias, lucky, lose your alias.
This is one of the thugs you captured in your apartment last night, Kent. One of the 3 who tried to get the statue away from you.
Yes, I recognize him.
Well, we didn't have much luck with the others. Let's see what we can get out of him.
9.5, age 42, 2 convictions.
Yeah, you'll never convict me of nothing again. I'm wise now. See, I got myself a mouthpiece, see?
That'll be enough of that, Lucio.
Yeah.
You'll answer a few questions here in the lineup.
What kind of questions? I don't know nothing you'd want to know.
Oh, I think you do. Mr. Kent, sitting on my right here, captured you and your sidekicks in his apartment last night. Now, what were you doing there?
We was waiting for a streetcar.
Very funny, Lucio. Actually, as you told Kent later on, you were looking for that 10th statue. Now, what I want to know is, who hired you to get that statue?
A guy named Claude.
Claus?
Yeah, Santa Claus.
Well, I admire you, Romano. I really do.
Yeah?
Yeah. You're pretty gay for a guy who's as close to a life sentence as you are.
Nuts. I'm wise now. See, I got a mouthpiece, see?
Your lawyer won't talk you out of this. It's an open and shut case. 2 convictions, and this will be the 3rd. And you were carrying a gun, Lucio. Mr. Kent will testify to that. That's a violation of the law. That'll make 3 convictions and a life sentence. Take him away.
Step down.
Now, wait a minute.
You had your chance to talk. Take him away.
Step down.
I said, wait a minute. I got something to say.
Your lawyer will do your talking.
Look, Cap, give me a break, will you? I don't want no life sentence. Maybe what I know, what I can tell you, maybe you'll be able to catch the guys that wanted that statue.
We'll capture them anyway.
Step down, I said.
I tell you, you got to give me a chance. I'll talk. I'll tell you anything you want to know. I don't want no life term. See, I have...
All right. Fill it.
Well, a guy comes to me the other night and tells me he wants that statue. Wants it quick, see? I asked him what he wants with the statue. He says if I want the job, to shut my yap and collect my dough, that's all. He gives me a century to do the job.
$100, huh? Who was this man?
I don't know. I swear I don't. I never saw the guy in my life. It's just another job, see? I never saw him before. I give him the statue and collect my dough, and I never see him again. That's the way it figures, see?
May I ask a question, Captain?
Well, certainly can. Go ahead.
What did the man look like, this man who hired you?
He was kind of short, dumpy.
You're lying.
Oh, wait a minute.
The man was tall and thin and wore a small mustache.
How do you know so much?
Yes, Kent, for heaven's sake, how do
Just
you...
played a hunch, Captain. I had an idea that the man who hired these thugs was the same man who impersonated Dr. Squires. The same man who killed that clown in his cell.
Oh, I get it. You were supposed to meet this man later, Lucio?
Yeah. It's 2 o'clock this morning outside the cigar store on Toyton, Maine.
Excuse me, Captain Callahan.
Yes?
The armored car is here, sir.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Kent and I will be right there.
Cap, you gotta believe me. I'm telling you the truth to help me. I never saw this guy before in my life.
Shut up. Speak when you're spoken to.
Oh, Kent, the armored car has arrived to carry that formula to the proper authorities. We'd better go. I'm afraid this is a waste of time.
I think you're right, Captain. These 3 thugs are obviously tools hired by the man who impersonated Dr. Squires. Hardly any doubt that he's been warned that we're on his trail, and our chances of getting hold of him now are pretty slim.
Yes, well, we'll give these birds a further check over later, but I don't believe it'll do any good. Come on.
All right.
Right through here, Kent.
Thanks, Captain.
Yeah, my office is right across the corridor here.
Yes, I know.
Oh, well, hello, Corrigan. You driving the armored car?
Yeah, my back's killing me as usual. My arthritis is acting up and my head feels like somebody's hitting it with a sledgehammer. But I'm driving, as usual.
Nothing can stop you from the performance of your duty, eh, Corrigan?
Nothing, as usual. What I do is that bottle of pills. Oh, yeah, here they are. Excuse me, gentlemen. I take these pills for my sciatica. It's bothered me a little, as usual.
Corrigan, this is Mr. Kent, Clark Kent of the Daily Planet.
Oh, glad to know you, Corrigan.
Glad to know you.
I was wondering if you'd object to my going along with you in the armored car.
I certainly do. Yes, sir, I certainly do.
Well, now, Corrigan, I don't think you need worry about Mr. Kent.
I don't need to, and I'm not going to. We take no riders. Them's orders, and I stick to orders.
But Mr. Kent is the one who found this high-explosive formula after it had been stolen.
I don't care nothing about that. All I know is it's my job to take it from one place to another place, and that's what I'm doing. Nobody else rides in my armored car except my buddy. I drive the car, and he sits inside guarding whatever it is we're carrying.
What's wrong?
My sciatica again. Them pills don't seem to do no good. I guess better take a couple more, as usual.
Well, Kent, looks as if you can't go. No, there's no reason why you should, really. Corrigan never fails to deliver.
I'd feel a lot safer if you told Corrigan what that formula means.
All right, I will. It's a formula just invented by Professor Palmer Graves for a new type of explosive. There's been nothing like it since the Chinese invented gunpowder. 1 ounce of this stuff would be enough to blow up the Daily Planet building. Yes, we've excellent reasons for believing that certain foreign agents are trying to get their hands on it, you see. You can understand what it would mean, Corrigan, so far as this war is concerned, if they succeeded.
They won't, as usual. Where is the formula?
It's in the wall safe. I'll get it out. I better give you an escort down to the car, too.
I hope you understand the value of what you'll be carrying, Corrigan.
I'm used to carrying valuables, Mr. Kent. Don't let it worry you none. I've been driving that armored car for 25 years and over. I ain't lost a single thing. Where's them pills?
Well, never you mind the pills. Now, here's the formula.
Just this little envelope?
That little envelope, Corrigan, may mean the winning or the losing of this war. depending on whether you get where you're going.
Oh, stop your fretting, Cap.
All right, you just wait here till I get a couple of men to take you down to the car. I'm not taking any chance. Hello? This is Captain Callahan. Send a couple of men to my office at once, will you? I've got something that's mighty valuable that I want to...
A short time later, escorted by 2 husky policemen, Corrigan carries the priceless formula for a new explosive to the armored car and sets off for his destination. Meanwhile, the Japanese spies have been busy. Knowing the route the armored car will take, they have made certain arrangements. Arrangements that have resulted in a huge truck being stationed at a dark intersection. Seated in the truck's cab are 2 men. Concealed in the rear of the truck are 6 other men armed with machine guns. The 2 men seated in the cab are talking. Listen.
Hey, what time is it?
Almost 2 o'clock.
That armored car ought to be here in a few minutes.
You know what you gotta do, don't you?
Shh. They ought to. We've been over the whole thing 100 times, ain't we?
Yeah.
Say, how you feel about working for Japs?
How you feel?
Sometimes I feel a little funny, you know? Like I got a conscience.
What's that?
What?
Conscience.
Well, conscience is a thing that feels rotten when the rest of you feels good.
Well, I feel fine.
Me, I feel kind of funny. You know, working for Japs when the country is at war.
Oh, what do you care? You ain't a citizen. You was in store for 6 years.
Yeah, but, well, I got a conscience.
Forget it.
Yeah, I suppose so. I gotta say one thing for them Japs.
What?
They pay good.
They oughta. Holding up an armored truck ain't peanuts. The boys all set?
Yeah, sure.
Maybe we better go over what we gotta do.
Nah, it's all you gotta do is drive this truck slam bang into that armored car. Hit it right, you'll turn it over. And then the boys will do the rest.
Oh, don't worry. I'm an expert at hitting trucks, so you turn them right over. I wasn't no hijacker for nothing. Why, I remember...
Pipe down.
Huh?
Here it comes.
What? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see it.
All right, you know what to do. You're on your own. Here she comes. Get started. Okay, let her have it.
With a deafening crash, the armored truck turns over on its side, its wheels spinning madly. What will happen now? Will the Jap agents succeed in getting their hands on the valuable formula? And if they do, can Kent, even as Superman, recover it? Be sure to tune in tomorrow and every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Tune in and follow the adventures of Superman.
Fellows and girls, don't ever get the idea there's nothing you can do to help win this war. Of course, we can't all be members of Uncle Sam's armed forces because some of us are too young or too old. But that doesn't mean you can't get into this fight. No, sir. Because there's one big important thing we can do. We've got to see that our fighters are supplied with all the bullets and guns and tanks and ships and planes they need to wipe Hitlerism and fascism off the face of this earth. How? By buying all the war-saving stamps and bonds we possibly can. Because every time we buy a war-saving stamp or bond, we lend our government money with which to finance our fight. So remember, talk with Mother and Dad tonight about giving you an extra dime every day or every other day for war-saving stamps. Talk about it with all your friends. Get them to make a pledge with you to buy war-saving stamps regularly.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
Follow the adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is directed by George Lothar and is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine.
This is Mutual.
Daddy, have you heard about Meredith leaving us? Yes, I came down to say goodbye. I only have a few minutes, and then I have to rush back to my lab. Lab? Oh, New invention, Daddy?
I have hopes, John.
Uh-huh.
I'm working on synthetic gasoline.
Oh. Well, that's pretty handy stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
I had a nasty experience last night, though.
You did?
Yes, I was making a few experiments after the kids had gone to bed.
Yeah?
It was around midnight. Everything was quiet. I was hard at work at my This is not as simple as I thought. Perhaps if I distill it once more, I can get rid of the raisins. Now, let's see. 5 grams of crude oil, 2 mothballs, raisins.
How, Daddy?
Why, Snooks, what are you doing down here?
What are you doing down here?
I'm working. Now, go back to your room.
I'm afraid, Daddy.
Afraid of what?
There's a mouse in my room.
How do you know? Did you see him?
No, but I heard him make a noise like a mouse.
Well, you go back and make a noise like a cat. Good night.
What's that black stuff, Daddy?
I'm experimenting with crude oil. I'll tell you about it in the morning. I'll run along.
No, I ain't going to my room until a mouse goes away.
There isn't any mouse there.
Yes, there is. I heard him squeaking.
Well, what do you want me to do about it?
Come up and hide him.
Snooks, this is one night I won't be disturbed.
Why?
Because I'm working on the greatest invention of my career. I'm making synthetic gasoline.
Huh?
Startling, isn't it?
Yeah.
By a new chemical process which I alone have discovered, I can produce gasoline from a mixture of mothballs, crude oil, raisins, and sink water.
Imagine that.
Yes. My theory is to free the natural hydrocarbons by direct distillation, or cracking, as it's called.
Mm-hmm.
I've cracked the sediment 13 times now, and it might be ready for a trial. Or I wonder, should I crack it once more?
No, I think you cracked enough now, Daddy.
Oh, so you think I'm crazy, do you? Do you?
Uh-huh.
That's just what I expected from you. Everybody laughed at Edison, you know.
Was he funny?
Yes, he was very funny.
Yeah.
You wait and see what happens when I'm through here. Not only will everybody have plenty of gasoline, but it'll be absolutely safe to carry.
Why?
Because it won't be in liquid form.
Oh.
After it's dehydrated, it turns into a powder. You can carry 60 gallons in your vest pocket.
So you ain't got a vest.
It doesn't matter. The main thing is you take powder for gas.
Is it like black hominy soda?
Of course not.
Well, that's the powder. You always take it when
That's different. Now, please go upstairs and let me finish my experiment.
No, I want to watch.
No.
I want to watch.
All right. And if you behave, I'll let you see how I do it. And I might even let you come with me when I try the synthetic gas.
In the car?
Yes. Now, don't talk while I mix these ingredients. Let this boil for a few seconds.
Yeah.
Put in a few drops of crude oil.
Mm-hmm.
Another... Where's the mothballs?
Huh?
I just had some mothballs here. Snooks,
I thought it was peppermint candy.
you didn't eat any. You didn't.
Didn't I?
Oh, no, I hope not, Snooks. That stuff is deadly poison.
I didn't eat any, Daddy. Here it is.
Don't frighten me like that. If you'd eaten one of those mothballs, tragedy would have resulted.
What is?
Certainly, I'd never be able to finish my experiment tonight. Can't make the gas without them. Well, here we go. See?
Mm-hmm.
Stuff's boiling.
Smells awful, doesn't it, Daddy?
It's kind of foul.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to take any chances on running short of gas. I know which way the wind is blowing.
I wish it would blow the other way.
There. It's finished. See? The fluid is distilling off and nothing remains except that white powder. That's it, baby. That's it.
That's what?
Synthetic gasoline. Boy, I'm so happy I could tear up my ration book.
Let me see you do it.
Oh, you think I haven't got the courage, huh? Oh, watch. There.
I did it. I tore up the book. I tore it up?
Let me tear up the sugar book, Daddy.
No. Not until I invent a substitute. Come on. Slip your coat on and we'll try this stuff in the car.
You think it's going to work?
Have I ever failed?
Uh-huh.
Well, I won't this time. Get in the car, Snooks. I'm going to drain off most of the gas from my tank.
Why?
I'll leave just enough to run a few blocks. What does the gauge say?
I can't tell, Daddy.
Well, where does the needle point to?
It says half. But I don't know if it's half empty or half full.
It's the same thing. Watch it now. Is the needle moving?
Uh-huh. It's almost empty, Daddy.
Fine. Here we go. We'll drive a few blocks, and when we run out of gas, you'll see something. This little package of powder I have is equivalent to 50 gallons of gas. Ha-ha! How's that?
I don't know.
I'm going to give it a gun. Got to use up what we have in the tank so I can try my invention.
Ain't it used up yet, Daddy?
Almost. We're about 10 miles from home.
Mm-hmm.
Must have had more gas in the tank than I thought.
What happened?
The tank's empty. Well, now for the acid test. Hand me that soda bottle. There's some water in it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to mix it with the powder and put it in the car.
Here, Daddy.
Thanks. Now, in she goes. That's the last drop.
What are you going to do now, Daddy?
Do? Why, I'm going to step on the starter and drive home. I guess the motor's cold. Oh, what are you yelling about?
I want to go home.
I'll have you home in a minute. Oh, dear. I don't understand it. I cracked it 14 times.
Maybe it ain't what it's cracked up to be.
Something must have gone wrong.
Well, let's find some gas and go home, Dad.
I can't buy any. I tore up my ration book. And you made me do it, you instigator, you. Now you've got to get out and get some gas.
And where shall I get it?
There's a car parked across the street. Now, take this rubber tube and siphon a little out of the tank. Go on, they won't mind.
No. You do it.
What are you so scared about? I'll go and stand beside you. Come on. Don't make any noise.
Why?
Just let me unscrew the cap off the tank.
It's a police car, Daddy.
Huh? Oh, well. They get all the gas they want. Come on. Just suck the end of this tube and draw some gas out. I'll hold the bottle.
All right, Daddy.
What happened?
I swallowed it.
Oh, let me do it. There. See, it's running into the bottle.
It's full, Daddy. And here comes a policeman.
Okay, quick. Let's rush over to the car.
Oh. Did you hurt yourself?
No, I'm all right. I fell on the bottle.
Your shirt's all wet, Daddy.
Oh, I hope it's blood. Oh, it's gas. Gone. Get in the car and hold the wheel. I'll give you a push. We're headed downhill anyway.
Hurry, Daddy.
Now, steer it straight, Snooks. Don't let it get away. Snooks! Snooks, the brakes!
I can't stop it, Daddy.
Well, run into something cheap. Oh, no!
Daddy.
Are you all right? You didn't get hurt, did you?
I feel fine, Daddy. I didn't even feel anything.
Oh, good. Well, let's walk home. I never want to see that car again as long as I live. Oh, Snooks, I've been an awful fool. I never should have torn up that gas ration book.
I've been a bigger fool, Daddy.
What do you mean?
I tore up the sugar book.
What? Oh.
Spotlight Band. Tonight, tomorrow night, and every night, Monday through Saturday, the Coca-Cola Company sends the greatest bands in the land to entertain the soldiers, the sailors, the Marines, and war workers. Now, tonight, we're at Williamsport, Pennsylvania, playing for the war workers of the Lycoming Division of the Aviation Corporation. Presenting in person and in the spotlight, Bob Crosby.
Thank you, and hi, neighbors. This is Bob Crosby speaking. Tonight, the victory parade of Spotlight Bands has sent us way up here to Williamsport, Pennsylvania, to play for the war workers of the Lycoming Division of the Aviation Corporation. You know, it's only 21 working days until Christmas, and these boys and girls are going to be busy every minute of every one of those days wrapping up Christmas presents for the flying sons of freedom in the form of strong, dependable airplane engines. So we kind of thought we'd like to wrap up some entertainment for them in the form of such easy-to-get-along-with musical numbers as, the King Porter's Stomp.
Comes you.
Moonlight becomes you. It goes with your hair. You certainly know the right thing to wear. Moonlight becomes you. I'm thrilled at the sight, and I could be so romantic tonight. You're all dressed up to go dreaming. Now don't tell me I'm wrong. And what a night to go dreaming. Do you mind if I tag along? If I say I love you, I want you to know it's not just because there's moonlight, although moonlight becomes you so. Up to go dreaming. Now don't tell me I'm wrong. And what a night to go dreaming. Do you mind if I tag along? If I say I love you, I just want you to know it's not just because there's moonlight, although moonlight becomes you so.
Treasury Star Parade. Produced under the personal direction of William A. Beecher, with Bob Burns, Lanny Ross, Roy Haley, David Brookman and the Treasury Orchestra and Chorus, and Vincent Price as our master of ceremonies.
Thank you, Larry Elliott. You know, just the other day I was down at the Stage Door Canteen, where the people of the theater and radio here in New York are doing part of their share, every night giving thousands of soldiers food and entertainment and relaxation from their duties. The boys come in and are served by the greatest actors and actresses in America and dance with the most beautiful girls in the world. It's no wonder they sometimes lose their hearts there. And so, of course, when Irving Berlin wrote This Is the Army, the all-army show which has been setting New York on its ear all summer, and which you may soon be seeing on the road, it was almost essential that he include a tune called I Left My Heart at the Stage Door Canteen. And it was completely essential that we should get Lanny Ross to sing it for you.
I left my heart at the Stage Door Canteen. I left it there with a girl named Eileen. I kept her serving doughnuts till all she had were gone. I sat there dunking doughnuts till she caught on. I must go back to the army routine. And every doughboy knows what that will mean. A soldier boy without a heart has 2 strikes on him from the start, and my heart's at the Stage Door Canteen. The doctor said that I looked fine. The sergeant put me first in line. But love's sweet madness came over me, like the magic of a melody. A pretty girl is like a melody upon a marathon and run around your brain. I must go back to that army routine. And every doughboy knows what that will mean. A soldier boy without a heart has two strikes on him from the start. And my heart's at the stage door
Thank you, Lanny Ross. Ladies and gentlemen, certainly no laughter and humor is so American as that of Walt Disney, who created and peopled a world of fanciful little creatures whose antics are a gentle jibe at the failings of our fellow men. And Disney provokes laughter even at the expense of such a monster as one Adolf Schicklgruber, alias Hitler. We bring you today from his cartoon Donald in Nutsyland a raucous and lively parody sung by Roy Haley and the male choir and entitled In der Führer's Face. Let 'em have it, boys.
Wenn der Führer setzt, wie ist der Master Race? Wie heil, heil, right in the Führer's face. Not to love the Führer is a great disgrace. So wie heil, heil, right in the Führer's face. Is he not the Superman? I am pure Superman.
Ja, wie ist der Superman? Super duper Superman.
Is this Nutsyland so good? Would you leave it if you could?
Ja, this Nutsyland is good. We would leave it if we could.
Wenn Herr Goebbels setzt, wie on der Welt und spät, wie heil, heil, right in Herr Goebbels face. Wenn Herr Göring says, they'll never bomb this place, wie heil, heil, right in Herr Görings face.
We bring the world to order. Heil Hitler's world to order. Everyone of foreign race will love the Führer's face when they see it in the nice black border.
Wenn der Führer says, wie ist der Master Race? Wie heil, heil, right in der Führer's face. Not to love the Führer is a great disgrace. So wie heil, heil, right in der Führer's face. So wie heil, heil, right in der Führer's face. Heil!
Thank you, boys. Not subtle, but good. And now, ladies and gentlemen, out to Hollywood, where we find another uproarious example of the American sense of humor in the uncultured drawl and homely wit of our own hillbilly ambassador, that bazooka virtuoso from Van Buren, the Arkansas traveler, Bob Burns.
Well, I certainly am much obliged. You know, it reminded me of a time back in France during the last war. I was in the Marine Corps, and three of us boys, after the armistice was signed, we thought we'd go on a little expedition and look the country over. So we went down to Mount Vesuvius. And us three Marines was standing there on the edge looking down into that seething crater. It was just boiling, and And one of the boys spoke up. He says, "You know this is hotter than Hades?" And a nice little old lady standing there looked up and says, "My goodness, you Marines have been everywhere." But now I didn't mention being in the Marine Corps just to brag, although I am proud of it. But I'm going to tell you, I didn't have to join the Marine Corps to become a leatherneck. Mama has been washing my neck with saddle soap ever since I can remember. But you know, I do owe a whole lot to the Marines because they give me the first pair of shoes I ever had on my life. And Mama was so worried because she was afraid that them big heavy shoes was going to hurt my feet. But you know they didn't. Because after I'd been going barefooted all my life, never had wore any shoes, by the time I joined up, my feet was so tough and callous. You know, I wore my first 3 pair of shoes out from the inside. But I'm so glad, and we ought to all be so glad that we come from pioneer stock. And that's the reason we're going to win this war. Do you know that my Grandpa Pelican Snelson, that's his name, he was one of the greatest Indian fighters of his day. And not only that, he was just like all Americans, he was so resourceful. He said that one day he was plowing in his field and he heard a noise, and he looked up and here come 500 Indians riding down on him as hard as they could come. And the closest thing to him was a big persimmon tree 1,000 yards away. Well, Grandpa made for this persimmon tree, but it was one of them big tall ones, and the lowest limb was 40 feet from the ground. And Grandpa made a run, and he jumped for that limb, but he missed it. That is, he missed it going up, but he sure grabbed it coming down. Do you know that all day long them Indians rode in a circle just yelping and shooting arrows into him? But every time an arrow would pierce him, he'd pull it out and he'd grab a green persimmon and slap it over the hole. And by nightfall, there was 927 arrows had pierced his body. But do you know that them green persimmons puckered up them holes so fast he didn't lose a drop of blood? That's the kind of stock we come from. Now, I heard over my short wave that them Japs have been bragging about the condition of their men. And they say that their men, in all the time they've been crawling through them jungles, their men have never had any rheumatism. But I want to tell you, they may not have had any rheumatism up to now, but them Japs down there on the Solomon Islands, they're getting a pretty fair case of MacArthritis. Yes, sir. Now then, the newspapers and some of the commentators come out and said that don't mean much, that Solomon Island little war we're having down there. Said there's nothing decisive about it, and we shouldn't hearten too much. But it means something to me. I want to tell you, to me, it means that one good Yank is worth a dozen little jerks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob Burns. That is our American humor. But we have also a serious side, a thoughtful side. We know, for instance, that when we speak of war bonds and stamps, that they represent far more than their name would indicate. The purchase of each bond and stamp by an American is his reaffirmation of the idea on which this government was founded. He is not only putting his hand to the business of winning the war, he is also taking his stand in the great company of men and women who value the right to be free in a free world above all other things. The Chinese, fighting for 5 years practically with their bare hands, so value it. The Russians, in the bitter cold, driving back to their raped villages, so value it. The man in the London street, in all the streets of the devastated cities of England, so value it. Too many of us listened for too long to the false prophets who tried to tell us that we could reckon liberty in dividends and dollars, that the right to be free was our own personal possession, that America had a patent on it. The vast silent army of the people of Greece and Yugoslavia and Poland, of Holland and Norway and Denmark, of Belgium and Czechoslovakia and Spain, and the stifled people of France, they have learned that freedom has no patent. that it cannot be set up as a statue in a public park. They have bitterly learned that liberty can exist only where men believe in giving up whatever must be given up to make their liberty secure. This is the basis of our American Union, and that is what we are saying when we buy a war bond or stamp. We cannot all be leaders, but we can buy a stamp with just as much effect as the President himself. In doing so, we are assuring him, our leaders under him, our allies and our enemies as well, that we have staked out our corner in America's free future and in the future freedom of the world. Remember, this is your country. Keep it yours.
Temple Intervenes, a new serial play by Francis Durbridge, produced by Martin C. Webster. Episode 6, Above Suspicion.
Paul Temple, the celebrated novelist and private detective, is investigating a series of murders committed by a notorious criminal known as the Marquis. Suspicion has fallen on Sir Felix Rayburn, the eminent Egyptologist, when he is reported killed in a motor car accident. On the night of the accident, Paul Temple, together with his wife Steve, leave their flat for an unknown destination.
Paul, listen. If you don't tell me where we're going, I'll never speak to you again.
Is that a promise?
Where are we going?
We're going to the Clockwise.
The Clockwise?
Yes.
What's that?
It's a nightclub.
A nightclub?
Mm-hmm.
But why are we going there?
We're going there because I have an appointment.
An appointment? Who with?
With whom, darling?
Who with?
Well, there's no use telling you, Steve, because you won't believe me.
How'd you know?
Well, I know you won't.
Why don't you tell me and see?
All right. I have an appointment with Sir Felix Rayburn. Yes.
With Sir Felix Rayburn?
Yes. Oh, and here we are.
But, Paul, what on earth are you
Now,
talking...
darling, no more questions, darling, please.
But Sir Felix is dead.
Now, darling, no more questions.
Yeah, I think this is the place, sir.
Yes, this is it. Now, how much do you want?
Well, you see what's on the clock, sir?
I can... Yeah. Well, here we are.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Good night, sir.
Good night. You'll mind the curve, darling.
Paul, what sort of a place is this?
It's a nightclub, my sweet, where all the men are men and all the women are vaguely familiar.
Hello, Mr. Temple.
Hello, Gus. How are you?
Oh, fine, Mr. Temple.
Where's Maisie?
Oh, hello, Paul.
She's here.
Oh, Steve, this is Maisie Dellaway, an old friend of mine. Mrs. Temple?
Oh, I am glad to know you, Mrs. Temple. I've heard a great deal about you. Paul and I are very old friends, you know.
Yes, I rather got that impression.
Oh, we met in Kansas way back in 1931. Those were the days.
Yes, those were the days.
Those were the days.
Yeah. Well, how's the guest of honor?
Oh, he's swell. He's a queer old bird, though. Say confidentially, Paul. What's the layout?
Well, confidentially, Maisie. It's confidential.
I catch on. Well, you'll find him up on the second floor.
Oh.
It's the first door on the right. Just take the lift.
Oh, thanks. Okay.
Maisie seems a very close friend.
Oh, I've known Maisie for years. She's just like a sister.
She certainly made me feel like one of the family.
Oh, darling.
But, Paul, seriously, is Sir Felix really alive?
Yes.
But I don't understand.
Oh, soon will.
Why, Superintendent Bradley.
Hello, Mrs. Temple.
Good evening, Mrs. Temple. Felix. Paul, I really think it's about time you did a bit of explaining.
All right, darling, I'll explain. Now, all in good time. Are you all right, Sir Felix? You're quite comfortable here?
Oh, yes, I'm all right. Providing I don't have to stay here too long. Yes. This Miss Maisie Dellaway, she's quite a character, isn't she?
Yes, quite a character.
Yes, quite a character.
Mr. Temple, have you seen Sir Graham since we... No, I haven't. But there's nothing for you to worry about, Bradley. I've given you my word on that, and I shan't let you down.
Oh, I know that, sir, but naturally I'm worried.
Was all this necessary, Temple? It seems rather a melodramatic precaution, if you don't mind my saying so.
I only wish to goodness someone would tell me what's happened.
Well, I'll tell you what's happened, darling. A series of highly incriminating developments indicated beyond any shadow of doubt that Sir Felix was the Marquis.
Most extraordinary.
Accordingly, Sir Graham issued a warrant for his arrest. I knew this would happen, however, and I told Bradley that under no circumstances was Sir Felix to be arrested. The motor car accident was faked.
Darling, you can't hope to get away with
I
that.
don't hope to get away with it, Steve, not indefinitely. But for 24 hours, perhaps even 48 hours, yes. And a lot can happen in 48 hours, Steve.
I hope so, Mr. Temple. I sincerely hope so. Morning, sir.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Mr. Temple's in your office, sir. He's been waiting since 9 o'clock.
Good morning, Sir Graham.
Oh, hello, Temple. You're an early bird, aren't you?
Ah, well, you know what they say about the early birds, Sir Graham.
Have you seen the Morning Express?
No, I'm afraid I haven't.
Well, they've got a whale of a story. Whether there's any truth in it or not, heaven only knows.
What is their story, exactly?
Well, as far as I can gather, they seem to think Sir Felix isn't dead. Damn it, Bradley identified the body.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
That's all right, Ross. Come in.
Good morning, Mr. Temple.
Hello, Inspector.
I've brought my report on the Bevensey affair, sir. Hasn't been typed yet, but...
That's all right, Ross. I want to go through it first anyway.
Have you seen the Morning Express, Inspector?
No, sir, not this morning.
Well, according to Sir Graham, they don't seem to think that Rayborn is dead.
But he must be dead. Why, Inspector Bradley identified the body.
Nevertheless, it would be rather good news if Rayborn weren't dead. Wouldn't it, Inspector?
Yes. Yes, indeed it would, sir, yes.
All right, you can leave this report with me, Inspector.
Thank you, sir.
Sir Graham. Do you remember the envelope found on Roddy Carson? The one with the address on? Sir Felix Rayborn's address?
Yes.
Have you got it?
Yes, it's in this drawer here.
Good.
Ah, yes, here it is.
Well, thanks. Now, Sir Graham, you remember the letter? The one that Story brought us? The one that was written by the Marquis to the Honourable Charles Surflane?
Yes, I remember it. Incidentally, we checked up on the handwriting. Yeah. It's exactly the same. The same as this, on the envelope, I mean.
Well, now, compare the writing on the envelope with the writing on that report. The report that Inspector Ross gave you just now.
What do you mean? Why, this report was written by Ross himself.
Compare them. Compare them, Sir Graham.
Good Lord, why?
They're exactly the same?
Exactly. Temple. Temple. What the devil does this mean?
I'll tell you what it means, Sir Graham. I'll tell you what it means. That jingle, jangle, jingle, as I go riding merrily along. I've got spurs that jingle, jangle, jingle. Hello, darling, yes?
Do stop making that awful row.
What do you mean, awful row? I'm only having a shower.
Artist Store is here. He's in the drawing room.
Oh, yes, okay, all right, I'll be along in a minute.
Are we going out tonight?
Yes, right here, later on. Tell Story I shan't be long, will you, Steve? You made me love you, I didn't want to do it.
Oh, good evening, Temple. I got your message. I'm sorry I was out when you phoned.
Oh, that's okay. Oh, excuse this chaste-looking dressing gown. It's my wife's idea of what a popular novelist should wear. No, actually, I've never been to China. Yeah. Can I get you a drink?
No, thanks.
You don't mind if I have one?
Huh? Oh, no, of course not.
You sure you won't have a drink?
Yeah, that's certain.
Yeah. Well, cheerio.
Oh, cheers.
The Story. I asked you to drop in and have a chat with me because, well, the fact of the matter is I want you to do me a favor.
Oh, certainly.
I think you know Inspector Ross, by sight at any rate.
Yes. Oh, yes, of course I know Ross.
Well, what do you think of him?
Eh? Oh, he seems a pleasant sort of chap. I don't know him really well. Why?
The Story, I want you to trail Ross. What? I want you to make a daily report to me. Do you see? I want to know everywhere he goes, everything he does, and what sort of people he mixes with. Will you do that for me?
Trail Ross? Inspector Ross?
Yes.
But surely Ross is above suspicion.
No one's above suspicion, Story, not even you. Or Ross, or Bradley, or Mrs. Clarence. Or even me, if it comes to that.
Yes, but... Are you serious about this?
Yes, perfectly serious.
All right. Yes, all right, I'll do it. Where does Ross live, do you know?
Yes, 49 Birchfield Avenue, Wimbledon.
49 Birchfield Avenue, Wimbledon. Oh. When do you want me to make a start? Tonight?
I'd like you to.
All right. I'll phone you tomorrow morning about 10. Okay?
Yes, okay.
Inspector Ross. Good God.
Pass the marmalade, darling. The marmalade.
Oh, yes, the marmalade. I beg your pardon.
Paul,
Yes?
you were with Sir Graham rather a long time yesterday afternoon. Did you tell him about Sir Felix?
Oh, yes, I told him.
What did he say?
Well, he was rather surprised, to put it mildly.
You know, darling, I can't see what you're up to.
Well, that's something anyway, Steve.
Yes, but why pretend that Sir Felix is dead?
I wanted to know whether Sir Felix was really the Marquis or not.
But I thought that you'd already decided that Sir Felix wasn't the Marquis.
Did you, darling?
Look here, Paul. Don't be mysterious with me, because...
Because you know all the answers, eh, my sweet?
Well, I know most of them anyway, so don't try... What is it, Price?
I beg your pardon, madam. Sir Graham Forbes would like to see Mr. Temple. Oh, yes, all right.
Bring some more coffee, Price, will you?
Very good, madam.
This is rather unusual at this time of the day, isn't it?
Yes.
Hello, Temple.
Well, come in, Sir Graham.
Oh, hello, Steve. I say, I didn't realize you were having breakfast.
Oh, that's all right. Do sit down, will you? And have some coffee?
Yes, thanks. I will. Good.
You'll find some cigarettes on the table.
Thank you.
Black or white, Sir Graham?
Oh, black for me, please, Steve. Temple.
Yes?
You remember that letter? The one that was sent to Surflane, the Honourable Charles Surflane?
Yes.
Well, apparently he's received another letter.
Another letter? How do you know?
Well, when I got to the yard this morning, Surflane was waiting there for me. He was with Bradley.
Your coffee, Sir Graham.
Ah, thank you, Steve. Apparently he'd received this note late last night. You'd better read it yourself.
Oh, thank you.
Is the coffee all right?
Fine, thanks. Have you a match, Steve? Oh, no, it's all right. I've got my lighter. Well? What do you think of it?
Well, I think this time, Sir Graham, he means business.
Don't you think that he meant business last time?
No,
What makes you say that?
Well, no one turned up at the station, did they?
No, for the simple reason that the Marquis found out that Surflane had taken the letter to Story, and that Story had brought it to us.
What does this letter say?
Well, the message is on a plain piece of notepaper and it's typed. It simply says, "Dear Sir, this note must be taken more seriously than the first note I sent you, and it must be considered strictly confidential. The letters written by you to a Miss Lorraine Curtis are still in my possession. They are still, in my humble opinion, worth precisely £7,000. I suggest, therefore, that having secured this amount, you meet me personally tomorrow evening, shortly after 8 o'clock, in the lounge of the October Hotel, Dalton Street, Kensington. The Marquis."
Surely the Marquis wouldn't be there personally.
Sir Graham, what's the matter?
What is it, Paul?
I don't know.
Temple, there's something wrong with this cigarette.
No. Don't stand up, Sir Graham.
I'll be all right once I...
Look out. He's going to fall.
Paul, he's not dead.
Now, Steve, for heaven's sake, don't... What is it, Price?
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yes, well, what is it? What is it, Price?
There's a lady called to see you, sir.
Well, who is it?
Mrs. Clarence, sir.
Who is the Marquis?
Is it Sir Felix Rayburn?
Or Inspector Ross? Or Roger Story? Or Superintendent Bradley?
Or Mrs. Clarence.
Or...
You've been listening to episode 6 of the new Paul Temple serial, Paul Temple Intervenes, by Francis Durbridge, with Carl Bernard as Paul Temple. The part of Steve was played by Bernadette Hodgson, the taxi driver by Hal Brandt, Maisie by Bessie Love, Sir Felix Rayborn by Ronald Simpson, Superintendent Bradley by Godfrey Baisley, Sergeant Leopold and Price by David Compton, Sir Graham Forbes by Lester Muddett, Inspector Ross by Edgar Norfolk, and Roger Story by Sidney Taftler.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver! The Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're on the trail of outlaws! Oh, Silver!
Jim Blood ruled the town of Oneida with an iron fist. His business code was blunt and profitable. Peace at a price. Law-abiding citizens who wished to live unmolested were forced to pay him or suffer the consequences. Ruthless gunmen, masked riders who came in the night, terrorized those who refused, and no one dared defy them. Even the law was helpless, for Blood disguised his activities with a cloak of respectability. We find him talking to the owner of a cafe.
Nice place you got here, Colby.
I like it, Blood.
How's business?
Can't complain. Why?
Just curious, Colby. Looks like you've got a mighty popular cafe. Be a pity if anything happened to it.
What do you mean?
Well, you never can tell with outlaws on the prowl.
They'd better not come here.
Huh? What would you do?
I'd show 'em a trick or two with a 6-gun myself.
Dave Finley tried that. You heard what they did at his place?
Yeah, the low-down skunks. Beat up old Finley and burned his store to the ground.
Don't seem to be any way to stop them outlaws.
They're worse than outlaws. They're parasites. Gunmen who force people into paying for protection they wouldn't need if it weren't for the gang.
Finley would have showed more sense by giving them the cash.
What?
Sure. He suffered worse by opposing the gang. Them gunmen was to come in here. My advice would be to pay up and shut up.
What do you know about it, Blood?
Me? Why, nothing. I just said...
Seems to me you've said a mite too much.
Why, you old moss-horn.
I'm inviting you to leave before I start practicing with that 6-gun.
Have it your way, Colby. Wouldn't take a chance if I was you.
Why, that dirty buzzard. That smooth-talking skunk.
What was he saying, boss?
Barkeep, that snake came here for just one reason.
What is that?
To warn me. He as much as said that if I didn't pay off, I'd be smashed.
You figure Blood is leader of the outfit that's been smashing things around here?
I know it. But there ain't no way to prove it.
What'd you tell him?
I told him I wasn't going to pay. I told him
Boss, you said the wrong thing. Look, the doorway. Masked men.
Hey, what's the masks for?
Everyone stay still. There'll be dead men in the wreckage. Smash the place, boys!
Stop it! My cafe! You dirty, ornery, low-life rats! You'll pay for this! You'll pay, I tell you!
Shut up, Colby! Maybe you need protection from gents like us!
Blood's campaign of intimidation and terror held the town helpless in his grasp. His gunmen, led by the ruthless renegades Hutch and Drake, roved the streets of Oneida, revenging the gang boss on townspeople who refused or were unable to meet his demands. Harvey Myers made a living from a small gold claim. Like Colby, the cafe owner, he too had callers who wore masks.
You're 2 weeks overdue in your payments.
Protection pay. Jim Blood sent you here.
Make sure your facts, Myers.
Pull up the claim, boys!
Dane Whitaker was president of the bank.
I'm not paying another cent.
Give us the key to that safe.
That's the depositor's money.
Grab 'em, boys. Take the cash and wreck the bank. Come on.
The following night, in the back room of a vacant house, Hutch and Drake, leaders of the gunmen, reported to Jim Blood.
How'd it go, Hutch?
Fine.
Collect any cash?
Yeah, here.
Good. Got another job for you.
Who?
Tad Loomis. He owes us plenty.
Tad Loomis, huh? That's the young squirt who just got married.
Yeah, he's been shooting off his mouth a lot to the ranchers, too, Blood.
You know, about the way we're running things?
We'll take care of that. He's building a ranch just outside of town.
You aiming for us to go out there now?
Yeah. Only this time I'm going, too.
Hey, thought you didn't want to be seen on any of the jobs.
Yeah. I'll get Loomis alone. And he can't prove anything. His word against mine.
Well, what about his wife?
She's visiting relatives 10 miles from here. Gonna settle with him tonight and have an understanding. Now, you two will go along just in case you're needed. But you can wait outside the house. Come on now, let's get going.
In the dark shadows of night, 3 horsemen reined in their mounts a short distance from the attractive, brightly lighted ranch house where Tad Loomis lived with his bride, Jane. Squinting at the house through his small, shrewd eyes, Jim Blood motioned to Drake and Hutch, who accompanied him, and together the 3 outlaws crept stealthily toward the ranch. Their feet scraped softly in the gravel. Then Blood signaled a halt.
Wait right here outside the door.
Yeah, we savvy.
I'll call if I want you.
Wait a minute, I'm coming.
Maybe he was sleeping.
Quiet.
Well? Oh. Hello, Blood. This is a surprise.
Got something to talk over with you, Tad. Mind if I step in?
No. No, of course not. Come on. Well, what's on your mind?
I suppose you've heard about the way certain people have had trouble. A banker and Colby in the cafe.
What about it?
I understand you were invited to hire some men that'd see that you didn't have any trouble. You know, lots of things could happen to this nice place of yours.
What are you getting at?
You want the cards face up, huh?
I can see the cards. It's pretty generally known that you're the boss of the gang of crooks.
I suppose folks have a right to their suspicions.
Surprised that you come here in person. Maybe I should be flattered at so much attention.
Listen to me, you young pipsqueak. You want it straight and you'll get it that way. Now, we're here alone and there's no use you trying to make trouble for me without witnesses. You either pay up right now or see what happens.
No witnesses, huh? You thought Jane was out of town. Well, get your hands up. Jane, come on in here.
I heard him threaten you, Tad. Now we've got evidence.
So you didn't go away. Well, you should have. It'd have saved lots of trouble. Come on in, boys.
Drop the gun.
Tad! You killed him. You killed him.
Grab that woman.
I've got her.
Give me those unlighted lamps. Smash them. Spill oil around here.
She's a fighter.
Here's a couple of them, boss.
Spread the coal oil. We'll set fire to this place.
You beast. You filthy beast.
Hang on to her. Take her with us in case that critter survives the fire.
Here's more lamps.
That'll do.
You want to leave him there on the floor?
Yeah. Now, give me that lighted lamp. We'll start things going.
Yeah, here it is.
Let me go.
Yeah, this place will burn like tinder.
Give me a hand with this girl.
Let me go. Let me go.
Take her out.
I'd sooner die here than go with you.
Hurry it up. Hutch, give Drake a hand. Get her to the hideout and hold her there, and I'll join you later. Now, hurry up before we're trapped in this fire.
Come on, you heard.
As the flames from the smashed lamp ignited the coal oil, a veritable curtain of fire leaped through the living room of the ranch. The flimsy furniture and new lace curtains which Jane had so proudly put up only a short time before were ready fuel for the now raging inferno. Thick palls of smoke settled over the room, almost obscuring the inert form of Tad Loomis, struggling for consciousness against the smoke and the flames which rapidly threatened him. Then as the outlaws rode away from the flaming ranch house with the girl they had kidnapped, 2 horsemen raced toward the fire. One of them wore a black mask and rode a white stallion. The other was an Indian who sat a paint.
Hold, fella. It's too late to save the house, Toto. It burned plenty fast.
We'll make sure no one's trapped by the blaze. Come on.
Help me!
Listen.
Help!
That man trapped inside.
Come on, this way.
Smoke plenty thick. Not see man.
No. Hello, where are you?
Over here.
Hold on, we're coming.
Thought you wouldn't find me.
Now, don't talk. Take his feet, Tonto.
Nigo.
Can't walk. I've
got his shoulders. Ready, Kimosabe?
Be ready.
Hurry. This roof will cave in any minute. Over there, Tonto.
Door ahead.
Look out, the roof!
Hurry, Tonto.
In an arroyo some distance from town stood a drab, weather-beaten cabin, half concealed by a clump of cottonwood trees. Inside the cabin, Hutch and Drake sat at a table playing cards, while from behind them came a girl's low, uncontrollable sobs.
Your deal, Hutch.
Yeah. Blasted.
What's eating
Yeah, that girl, sniffling and crying. Can't keep my mind on the game.
Yeah, she's been bawling her head off ever since we brought her here.
What's Blood want her for, anyway? We took care of her husband. What are we saving her for?
I don't know. Maybe he wants to guard against any slips, like Tad being alive with a mind to talk.
Yeah, the only talking Tad'll do will be to the ghosts. The bullet didn't finish him where the fire did. Oh.
Where you going?
To stuff a gag in the girl's mouth. If I hear another whimper out of her...
No rough stuff. Boss might not like it.
Come here, you.
Let me go.
You little minx, you bit me.
I warned you.
Why, you...
Hey, what's going on here?
Oh, howdy, Blood.
We've been waiting for you, boss.
Let go that girl, Hutch. I got plans for her.
Just as you say.
Murderers, all of you. You killed my husband.
He had it coming to him. And if you don't do just like I say, you'll get the same.
What do you mean?
It's a big ranch your brother Ned owns on the other side of town. I reckon he has plenty of cash.
You're wasting your time. Ned wouldn't pay you a cent any more than Tad.
Well, maybe not. But he'd pay plenty to, save your life.
You don't mean...
Jake and me was wondering why you wanted the girl, boss. We didn't figure on anything as slick as this.
No.
You didn't think I'd miss a chance for easy cash, did you, boys?
Ned won't give it to you.
Get a paper and pencil from that table, Hutch.
Oh, sure.
Ned will know you killed Tad. He'll have you hanged, all of you.
He'd have to show proof first. Where'd he find it in them ashes that's left of your house?
You fiend.
Here's the paper and pencil, Blood.
Give them to the girl.
Here, you.
I won't take them.
Oh, yes, you will.
Now, write what I say.
No, I won't do it. You won't get a cent from my brother.
I'll show her.
Hold on, Hutch. I'm giving you one more chance, Jane.
What?
Write that letter.
I tell you I won't. You can't make me. I'd sooner die than write it.
Now, don't worry about that. We won't kill you. If you don't write it, your brother'll die. Just like Tad.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The day after Jim Blood's threat, a man poked among the blackened timbers of the once attractive but now fire-gutted ranch house where Tad Loomis had lived with his bride, Jane. Suddenly, he heard a commanding voice.
Put up your hand.
Masked?
What are you doing here?
I guess you know why I'm here.
You're looking for Tad Loomis.
What if I am?
You came to make sure he's dead.
Yes. I couldn't believe it. I wanted to find out for myself.
And for Jim Blood.
What?
I suspected Blood would send one of his gang to make sure Tad couldn't expose him.
You aren't fooling me. You're the outlaw. Blood sent you to spy on me.
Don't lie.
Why, if it weren't for those guns...
You're coming with me.
Well, where are you taking me?
To face the man you tried to murder.
In the Lone Ranger's camp, beside a creek which trickled through a narrow ravine, Tonto bathed Tad's wound, the result of Drake's bullet before the masked man and the Indian rescued the young rancher from the fire. Along the trail, they saw two horsemen approaching.
Oh, it's your friend, Tonto. I can tell by his white horse.
That's Silver.
Who's that riding with him?
Me not know.
Well,
You must...
I guess I'm not as well as I thought.
You got bad wound. Have now escape.
Thanks to you two. If I only knew what's happened to Jane.
Maybe we find out now.
Tonto, that man riding with your friend.
Ned! Tad, I can't believe it. I thought you were dead.
You know this man, Tad?
Yes, he's Jane's brother.
I see.
Tad, what have they done to you?
Well, they've saved my life.
I don't understand. This man's mask and this Indian, they're outlaws.
Easy, big fella. We both made a mistake, Ned. Tonto and I want to help Tad.
That's right.
Tell me about Jane. Is she safe?
Temporarily, yes.
What do you mean?
Jane's been kidnapped.
Kidnapped?
How do you know?
This note was delivered to me this morning. It wasn't signed. It tells how to ransom Jane.
Now, let me see it.
Jim Blood is the one.
I suspected as much.
Ned, is this your sister's handwriting?
Yeah, it's genuine. There's no question about that. I'd know Jane's handwriting anywhere.
What note say?
It's addressed to Ned, Kimosabe. Unless he delivers $10,000 to the gang at Painted Rock tonight at midnight.
Jane will die.
What have you done about the ransom, Ned?
I withdrew $10,000 from the bank.
Keep your money, Ned. We'll save Jane, and without spending a cent. Instead of ransom, we'll give him the end of a rope.
We don't know where Jane is, Tad.
We'll surround those crooks at Painted Rock. Make them tell us where they're holding her.
The note says for Ned to come alone.
What if he does
They'll have men watching the trail. First sign of an attack, they'll escape. It might cost Jane her life.
Oh, gosh. I didn't think of that.
Well, what'll we do?
Comply with the terms of the note, Ned.
You mean...
Take $10,000 with you to Painted Rock.
No. Oh, I can't let him do that. Jane's my wife. If anybody pays the ransom, it should be me. I haven't the money.
If my plan works, the money will be returned, Tad.
Returned?
And there'll be enough evidence to wipe out Blood and his whole gang.
That night, in the glow of a full moon, the sinister shadows of creeping men stole into the dark patch cast by Painted Rock. Some took concealed positions overlooking the trail, and silence hung like a heavy pall as the gang settled down to watchful waiting for Ned's arrival with a ransom.
What time is it, Drake?
I don't know. Must be close to midnight, though.
Yeah, I wish the girl's brother'd hurry up and come. This quiet gives me the willies.
Yeah, you'll feel better when we get that $10,000 ransom, Hutch.
Maybe he won't show.
Yeah, he'll show. Blood says the girl and her brother are thicker than 2 peas. He'll put up the cash rather than take a chance.
Reckon you're right.
Listen.
Hey, Hutch.
What is it, Limpy?
Horseman coming down the road. Looks like it might be Ned.
Is he alone?
Yeah.
Let me see. If that hombre's double-crossed us and brought a sheriff's posse with him, we'll hightail it before we put our necks in a noose.
Yeah, he's alone, all right. Ain't nothing besides him between here and town but gopher holes.
That's why Blood picked this spot. Nobody can creep up on us.
Oh! Lift them hands. You needn't worry. I'm not armed.
Looks like you took your instructions to heart.
I'll not take chances where my sister's safety is concerned.
Good. You got the cash?
It's in this envelope.
Blindfold him.
Blindfold me? What
the boss is kind of particular about keeping the location of the hideout a secret.
Round up your men. Right away. Get your horses, boys. Ready to ride.
All right, boys. Get going. Get up there. Get up. Get up.
The gang's almost out of sight, Tonto. Their trail shouldn't be hard to follow in this moonlight.
That's right.
Well, we were lucky to find that crevice in the rock so we could keep out of sight. Tonto, Blood won't let that girl go. He knows she can testify against him. Follow the trail, Kimosabe. I'll join you later.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver.
Sometime later, the outlaws, led by Hutch and Drake, rode up to the hideout where Blood was waiting. Removing the blindfold from Ned's eyes, they pushed him into the dimly lighted cabin.
Ned! Ned, oh, Ned!
Jane, let me look at you. Are you all right?
I'm all right, Ned.
Regular family reunion, ain't it?
What? Jim Blood.
Break it up, Hutch.
You heard him, you two. Break it up.
Don't push me. I have a right to talk to my friend.
Leave him alone.
Sit down.
You beast. You contemptible beast.
Shut up or I'll hand you the same.
Where's the ransom?
Here it is, Blood, in this envelope. $10,000 in folding money.
10 $1,000 bills. Don't look like much, does it, boys? But it's just as good as gold and a lot easier to carry.
When do we split the cash, boss?
When I'm of a mind to, Drake. You'll get your share, don't worry.
I've carried out my part of the bargain, Blood. I expect you to carry out yours.
Huh? What do you suggest, Ned?
Let me take my sister home.
Did you hear that, boys? They want to go home. You take me for a fool? You ain't going anywhere. Either of you.
He won't let us go. I tried to let you know in the note. Between the lines.
You dirty double-crosser. You knew you weren't going to let me take Jane when you made her write that note.
You're getting warm.
Blood, you've got your money. Jane and I can't mean anything more to you. Let us go. At least let Jane go.
This $10,000 was easy cash. Maybe there's more where it came from.
I don't understand.
Well, I'll make it clear to you. If you was to write to your bank instructing them to pay the bearer your note $10,000, they'd give it to him, ain't that so?
But I haven't got $10,000.
No? How much have you got?
I've practically none. The money I gave you was just about all I had.
Don't lie to me.
It's the truth, I tell you. Most of my income is tied up in cattle and the ranch.
Well, that's too bad. I'm downright sorry for you, Ned. You should have taken care to keep more ready cash. Might have saved your life.
Oh, Ned.
What do you mean, Blood?
If you're no longer any use to me alive, there's no sense in my letting you stay that way.
And Jane?
I'm figuring on a double funeral.
What'll it gain you to kill us, Blood? You'll just be putting your neck in a noose.
You're a little mixed up, Ned. I'd be inviting a rope if I didn't kill you. You and the girl would make mighty handsome witnesses for the sheriff to pin this kidnapping on me.
We won't talk. I give you my word.
And I ain't taking any chances. I know your lips will stay buttoned when you're 6 feet under.
It's no use, Ned. He's meant to kill us from the first. Murder us in cold blood, just as he did Tad.
Tad isn't dead, Jane.
What's that?
Ned, I don't understand. You said...
Tad's alive. He didn't die in that fire.
Tad alive? Oh, I can't
You're
believe
lying.
it.
Don't you wish I was?
We put a bullet in him before we started the blaze. We left him baking in the middle of an oven. He didn't have a chance to break out.
He didn't break out. He was rescued.
Rescued?
Yes. 2 men saw the flames. They dragged Tad out just before the roof caved in.
Thank heaven.
Who are these hombres?
One of them wears a mask. The other's an Indian.
Blood, that sounds
Does
like...
the masked man ride a white horse?
Well, yes. Calls him Silver.
Silver? I'm hightailing it out of here.
Me too, Hutch. I've been up against that hombre before.
Hey, what's eating you two? Who is this masked critter anyway?
He's a...
Lone Ranger. Yeah. And knowing him, he's on our trail right now.
The Lone Ranger?
You double-crosser. You've been in cahoots with that critter all the time.
I didn't even know who he was.
No? Suppose you didn't go to the sheriff for that ransom note either, huh?
No, I didn't.
Well, before I'm through with you, you'll wish you had. Watch the trail from that window, Hutch. You can see a posse approaching in plenty of time for us to make a getaway.
Yeah, I'll watch for him.
Grab a hold of that girl, Drake.
Come here, you.
Let go of me.
I'm taking care of you now, Ned.
Don't shoot.
I'm handing you a one-way ticket to a graveyard.
No, don't do it.
Shut up, you. Your number's up next.
Blood.
What do you want?
Something's wrong with the chimney. It's choking with smoke.
What?
Must be stopped up. Smoke's coming back down the chimney instead of going out.
Well, then put out the fire, you fool.
I can't. Fireplaces are full of smoke. I can't get near it.
Do something, Drake. Open the windows.
Ain't no use, Blood. Place is too full of smoke already.
Oh, my eyes are smarting so I can hardly see.
Can't breathe either.
Open the door. Let's get out of here.
Bring the girl, Drake. I'll take Ned.
Come on.
Now we can breathe.
Yeah. Get the smoke out of our eyes, too.
Hey, look up on the roof. A redskin's up there with his blanket over the chimney.
No wonder it was stopped up.
I'll riddle that ancient. Oh, my hands!
Him, the masked man.
Put on your guns.
We've got you covered, you low-down snake.
The sheriff, too. We've been tricked.
We ain't licked. I'll call the boys. We'll fight it out.
You're too late. Your gang's already surrendered to my men.
Take Hutch, Tonto.
Me get him.
Take your hands off me, Injun.
Ed, you handle Drake.
I'll handle him, and it won't be gently, the skunk.
Oh!
I want you, Blood.
I'll fan leather first.
I wouldn't try it.
Stay where you are, you masked coyote, or I'll drill the girl.
Come on, Silver.
I warned you. You winged me again.
Take over, Sheriff. Jane and Ned will supply you with enough evidence to jail the entire gang.
I've been waiting a long time for this, Blood. You and them other polecats have been running things to suit yourselves, just 'cause I couldn't prove what a crooked, slimy bunch you were. But now I've got proof. And from now on, the whole lot of you will be looking at things from behind bars.
If we hadn't been smoked out of that cabin, you wouldn't have had any evidence. we'd have killed the girl and her brother and riddled you.
The masked man figured you would. That's why he wouldn't let my men attack you while you were inside.
Ted. Oh, Ted.
Oh, Jane.
Ted, I thought you were dead.
I would be, honey, if it hadn't been for Tonto and the masked man.
The Lone Ranger, Ted.
The Lone... So that's who he is. And he wouldn't even stay to be thanked.
Well, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
It's half past 8. Half past 8. It's 8:30 Boston time. Time to wake up, America, and stump the experts. Each week at this time, Lucky Strike puts on a coast-to-coast party with 4 encyclopedic brains supplying the floor show. You provide the questions, and our experts try to answer them. Remember, for every question used, Lucky Strike will give you not only $10 in war stamps, but a set of the 12-volume Britannica Junior Encyclopedia. If the question is muffed, you get the Junior Britannica, plus a $50 war bond, plus a 24-volume set of the regular Encyclopedia Britannica. Send your questions to Information Please, 480 Lexington Avenue, New York City. If our editorial staff edits your questions a bit, don't fret over it. In case of similarity, we'll have to be sole judge of who shall be paid. And all questions become the property of Information Please. And now light up a Lucky Strike as I present our Master of Ceremonies, book reviewer of the New Yorker magazine, Clifton Fadiman. Mr. Fadiman.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Ladies and gentlemen, we feel that tonight is a very special occasion. This broadcast is coming to you from Symphony Hall in Boston, Massachusetts. Each person here in this audience, in this packed hall, has bought an admission bond in denominations ranging from $50 to $5,000. And that means that the citizens of Boston, in accordance with their tradition of magnificent patriotism, have tonight invested in our national war effort to the tune of $4,036,000. And now tonight, Information Please, unrehearsed as usual, presents its 3 veterans, John Kieran, Oscar Levant, and Franklin P. Adams, and as its guest of honor, one of Massachusetts' most distinguished sons, Senator Henry Cabot Lodge, Jr. But, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed with our little show, I'd like to introduce a surprise guest who has a brief message for all of us. the Honorable Leverett Saltonstall, Governor of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
It is a great pleasure for me to welcome Information Please to Boston and Massachusetts. Later on, other cities, I understand, will have the opportunity of acting as their host. But we take special satisfaction in being the first to greet Mr. Adams, Mr. Levant, Mr. Kieran, Mr. Fadiman, and the producer of Information Please, Mr. Dan Golenpaul. He's arranged this bond-selling tour for the Treasury Department. We are cooperating eagerly here in Boston. No grief of our own or anything else can be permitted to check the progress of our war effort. It is in this spirit that we welcome Information Please and bid them and ourselves carry on.
Thank you, Governor Saltonstall. And now for our first question. We're going to begin, appropriately enough, with a question from Cambridge, Massachusetts, from Mr. Harry B. Wisman, and it is about Boston. These Bostonians, or neighbors of Boston, went to distant places with varying results. Identify them if you can. The first was a man who came from Quincy. He was a Quincy man who went to Moscow and witnessed a foreign invasion. Who was that? Mr. Levant.
John Reed.
Pardon?
Is it John Reed?
Not to my knowledge.
Well, I'm wrong.
It's happened before. Mr. Adams?
Might be Joseph B. Kennedy.
It might be, but I don't think it is. I don't think that Joe Kennedy was a Quincy man. Though doubtless Quincy would have been proud
What did you say? He went to Moscow?
Pardon?
Went to Moscow.
Went to Moscow. Well, it was John Quincy Adams, United States Minister to Russia in 1809. He was there during Napoleon's invasion. Mr. Lodge, did you know of that?
Now that you mention it.
It comes back to you. Well, that often happens on this program. Very educational. Well, we got one wrong. Now we have to get the next two right. Now, this is a Boston boy who went to New Orleans and lost his crown. Mr. Levant.
John Sullivan.
John L. Sullivan, yes. Whom did he lose it to?
At the moment, Earl Flynn. To Gentleman Jim Corbett.
Yes. What year?
What year?
1892.
1892, Mr. Adams is quite right. That's very good. Now, here is a Boston man who helped put Waukegan on the map. Mr. Kieran.
Mr. Sullivan, better known as Fred Allen.
Yes, is that his real name, Fred Allen?
Sure.
Oh, no. Mr.
Not
Adams?
Waukegan, Illinois. That was Jack Benny.
Well, he keeps kidding, Jack Benny.
Why, sure. If it hadn't been for Fred Allen, where would Jack Benny be now?
In Waukegan, Illinois.
Yes, in Waukegan, Illinois. Well, that gives us 2 out of 3.
Mr. Allen is from Somerville.
And now we know something about 3 distinguished Bostonians. And we go on to a question from George Dottridge of Toronto, Canada. I'm going to read 4 lines of poetry all together. I'm going to ask you to identify each of them. They come from different sources. Here are the 4 lines. She walks in beauty like the night among Arabian sands, when first she gleamed upon my sight with large and sinewy hands. Now let's get them one by one. Mr. Kieran, want to start us off?
Well, I'll give that to Oscar. Go ahead.
I learned that in John's book. That's by Byron.
What one?
Well, I learned it only in his book last week. I
Yes,
can't remember the name of it.
What line?
John Byron. And it isn't even John. What's his name? Alfred Byron.
She walks in beauty like the night of cloudless climes and starry skies, and all that bright, the best of dark and bright meet in her aspect and her eyes.
That's right.
To Helen.
Very good. Now, how about the next line? Do you remember the next one? Among Arabian sands. What's that from?
That I do not
Indian
know.
love lyrics?
No, now you're just guessing.
Well, I always guess.
Now, that's from Wordsworth's The Solitary Reaper. No nightingale did ever chant more welcome notes to weary bands of travelers in some shady haunt among Arabian sands. Is that in your book, Mr. Kieran?
No, man.
Put it in. How about this? When first she gleamed upon my sight. Mr. Adams.
She was a vision of delight.
She was a
when
what?
First she gleamed upon my sight.
What did you say she was?
A vision of delight.
No, not vision.
Phantom of
Phantom,
delight.
yes. Phantom of Delight. And that's from what poet?
Wordsworth.
Wordsworth. And how about the last one with large and sinewy hands? Mr. Kieran?
The Village Blacksmith by Henry W. Longfellow.
Yes, that's right. We got 3 out of 4.
Concord, Mass.
Now, how about this one from Miss Lester Harrison of New York City?
Cambridge.
What musical instrument, gentlemen, is satirized or imitated in each of the following musical excerpts that you're now going to listen to? Let's have the first. Yes, Mr. Levant.
A little fast, I think. Maybe I'm wrong. It's the Beethoven Eighth, the second movement.
And what musical instrument is being imitated?
Listen to the song of the metronome. The metronome.
Well, I suppose the metronome isn't really a musical instrument.
Yes,
but
it is.
Is it a musical instrument?
If you're tone deaf, it is.
You're talking to me?
No.
That's quite right, the metronome. And how about the second excerpt? Well, I have several hands. Mr. Lodge.
Music box.
Yes, a musical snuff box. That's quite right. And can you identify the composition itself, Mr. Lodge?
Isn't the Count Duffman, is it?
I beg pardon?
Isn't the Count Duffman?
No, not that I know of. Mr. Levant?
Liadov, the music box.
Yes, musical snuff box
I
by
used to
Liadov.
dance ballet to it.
And now the third and last of these. Mr. Lodge.
Merry-go-round broke down.
Yes, you're very good at this. There's always something you can rise to when you're finished with the Senate, Mr. Lodge. We did very well on that. That's 3 out of 3. And now a question from Mrs. Frances Waltis of Beneld, Illinois. Well, now here's a question that's very much to the point tonight. It's about war savings bonds or stamps. As you know, we're supposed to invest 10% of our income in war savings bonds. Assuming that the following are all 10%ers, identify these federal employees according to their purchases of war savings bonds or stamps. Now, this one would invest $7,500 a year. Who is that? Mr. Lodge?
President of the United States.
Yes. Whose salary? You can figure it out. $75,000
Taking
a
a
year.
cut of $9,000.
Yes, he is taking a cut in accordance with the new burn stabilization. Is it a
thought
law
I'd
yet,
mention
Mr.
it.
Lodge?
It's what?
Is that a law yet, the burn stabilization regulation?
It's effective.
It's effective, but not a law.
Not a law, but you'll get pinched if
That's
you
a
don't
force of
observe
law.
it.
Now, gentlemen, this federal employee would patriotically devote $1,000 a year to war savings bonds. Mr. Lodge, who would that be?
Well, a member of the Senate or the House, among others.
Yes, gets how much a year?
$10,000.
Well, this is your chance to squawk now, Mr. Lodge.
Some people think it's too much.
$10,000 a year, correct. And finally, one who invested 10 cents a year would be Mr. Kieran?
$1 a year, man.
$1 a year, man. Yes, quite right. Now, how about this?
There aren't any dollar-a-year men anymore.
Aren't there? I thought there were.
Yes, there are.
There are?
Oh, I think there
All
are.
right.
There are some, of course, that are making a good deal more, but that merely represents what they should get. Here's one from Mrs. E. Sorensen of New York City. This is about coffee rationing. Can you give us 4 expressions or phrases that refer in some way to coffee, just to keep coffee on our minds? Mr. Kieran?
You're the cream in my coffee.
Good enough. Mr. Adams?
Let's have another cup of coffee.
Well, I meant some popular phrases that don't use the word coffee, though that's perfectly all right. Mr. Levant?
I'll dedicate mine to Mayor LaGuardia. We're tenting on the old grounds tonight.
Where did you drag that one up from? See if we can get 1 or 2 more. That's a very good one. Mr. Adams.
I like coffee and I like tea, and I like the girls like me.
Yes, you make it sound rather unconvincing.
You're a
I
don't like coffee and I don't like tea.
I want to get off the word coffee.
You're a drip.
Oscar, if I'm a drip, that humor is dated. And now, Mr. Cross will tell us that when tobacco experts describe fine tobacco, They get right to the point.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. The tobacco expert's highest word of praise for a leaf is that it will make a good smoke. For these experts know that mildness, better taste, smoking enjoyment are what count. Yes, they know tobacco from A to Z, and they know how it will smoke. That's why the overwhelming preference of independent tobacco experts for Lucky's means so much to you. The experts, present at auctions all over the South, naturally see who buys what tobacco, and year after year they can't help but see the makers of Lucky's select the riper, lighter, milder Lucky Strike leaf. No wonder that with independent experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen, with men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-to-1. Smokers, to put it in a nutshell, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Mr. Cross, your 60-second summary of the facts tells a story worth remembering and worth acting on. And now a question from Betty Jane Kennedy of Sherman Oaks, California. What rank, gentlemen, did these men hold in the Continental Army and Navy? The first, a great citizen of this community, Paul Revere. What rank did he hold in the Continental Army? I think you should know that.
He was a painter, wasn't he? Didn't he paint?
Well, he was a silversmith.
Silversmith.
An engraver. Very
Captain.
good. Pardon?
Captain.
That's a guess, isn't it?
It's safe.
No, I think you better advance him a bit. Mr. Adams, what do you think he was? Paul Revere was a what?
Major Revere.
He was a lieutenant colonel of artillery. That gives us one wrong. Now, how about Benedict Arnold? Benedict Arnold held what rank? Mr. Lodge?
He was a general.
He was. He was a major general. And William Prescott, not unknown to this audience, William Prescott held what rank? And who was William Prescott? Mr.
Somebody
Kieran?
from Concord.
Pardon? He comes from these parts. Mr. Kieran, do you...
Well, I know he was one of the soldiers in the Revolution, one of the leaders. I don't know that he was a general. I think might have been a colonel.
He was. Which one do you say he was?
I think he was a colonel.
Yes, I think I almost dumped that in your lap, Mr. Kieran. He was. He was a colonel. And, of course, the famous battle with which his name is connected, among other patriot heroes, is the Battle of Bunker Hill.
Bunker
Quite
Hill.
right.
Bunkers Hill.
Bunkers Hill? Doesn't anyone ever say... How about that, Mr. Lodge?
As a matter of fact, it was Breed's Hill.
I wish we had time to go into it. How about this one from Ronald C. Gillis, Jr. of Los Angeles, California? Now, you're going to hear 3 bugle calls, gentlemen. They're sounded each morning at a United States Army post or garrison, but they're going to be played in the wrong order. After you've heard them played, one after the other, straighten the bugler out. Tell him what order they should be played in. Let's have the 3, one after the other. Well, we have one old soldier here. We have 2 old soldiers. So we have Mr. Adams and Mr. Kieran. Why don't you get together on it, boys? Mr.
I
Kieran,
think Frank
start us
had
off.
better leave that to me. I answered more than he was an officer. I was a soldier. Why, the last one he played should have been played first. That was first call.
That's right.
The one he played first should have been played second. That was reveille. And the one that he played second should have been played third. That was assembly.
Well, now, I may be misinformed.
Mess call.
No.
No.
Mr. Lodge?
Fall in,
fall
assembly,
in.
anything you want to call it.
Isn't assembly played second and then reveille?
Oh, no, they don't assemble in bed, not in our army.
My information, which was given me, presumably by a naval man, tells me assembly and then reveille, but obviously, Mr. Kieran, you're right and I'm wrong. Very good. Now, how about this one from Mary Boylan of Rochester, New York? Who was terrified by the following objects? The first object is a hat box. Someone terrified by a hat box. Mr. Levant.
Terrified. It was, what's the name of that picture? With Robert Montgomery, The Night.
Go ahead. You're doing fine.
Go ahead. MGM produced it. I'll tell you the whole story.
No.
By
You've
night.
got the right.
Emlyn Williams wrote it.
The Night Must Fall.
Night Must Fall.
Okay. Yes, it was the hat box that terrified the girl.
Well, there was a decapitated head in that box.
That's right. It's usually the hat alone that terrifies the man. How about one who was terrified by a glass of milk? A glass of milk. Mr. Levant again.
Joan Fontaine. I wish I could have helped her out. She's,
yes.
In suspicion, Cary Grant, she thinks, is putting poison in her milk. He brings it up to her bed. But she drinks it and she doesn't die. I think in the book she dies.
Boy, can you tell a story? That's right.
What do you want for a glass of milk?
Exactly right. Now, how about someone who is terrified by a rod that turns into a snake? Mr. Kieran.
Old Pharaoh.
Old Pharaoh. What's the story, Mr. Kieran?
That was Moses and his brother, Aaron. And they wanted to put the fear of the Lord into him, so I've forgotten whether Moses ordered Aaron to cast down his rod, but anyhow, the rod was cast down and turned into snakes, and that put the fear of the Lord into Pharaoh.
That's right.
Known as Passing a Miracle by Rourke Bradford.
Well, that's the version that you may know, Mr. Adams. There's an older version that Mr. Kieran knows from the Old Testament. Well, that gives us 3 terrors out of 3, and sends us on to a question from Mrs. J.W. Stewart of Lexington, Kentucky. Mrs. Stewart wants you to name a relative of yours who fits into each of these classifications. Now, we have to get all on this. The first classification is lineal classification. Now, who would that be? Mr. Lodge?
Your father, your grandfather, great-grandfather.
Yes, or going the other way.
My son, my son.
Yes. In your case, your son...
My son, my son, my son, in my case.
Yes, there's several sons. That's right. Or, of course, a daughter, Mr. Levant. I don't want to leave you out of this.
I don't want to... Go ahead. It's direct descendant. That's all you want.
A direct descendant, yes. Right. Now, what does the classification sibling mean? S-I-B-L-I-N-G. Sibling. Mr. Adams.
Relativing.
I beg pardon?
Sib is kin or relative.
Yes, but the sibling has a specific meaning. Mr. Kieran?
It sounds as though it might have something to do with twins.
No. It's simply...
That's twiddling.
Sibling is a very useful word, as a matter of fact. It ought to come into more common use. It means brother or sister, having the same parents. Now, instead of saying brother or sister, you can say sibling, and you can save money on a telegram blank, Mr. Adams, if necessary. And how
There's
about
a tire by that name, too, isn't there?
Pardon?
Sibling tires?
How about collateral? Collateral, Mr. Kieran?
Well, collateral would be through your mother's father, your mother's brother, or your father's brother. There's a cousin, uncle, and so forth.
Yes,
so on.
descended cousin, descended from a common ancestor, but not having the same parent. Well, we missed on sibling, and that sends a $50 war bond to Mrs. Stewart and a set of the Britannica, courtesy of Lucky Strike. And now, before we go on to the next question, Mr. Rysdale says a good way to describe things that are alike is just to say as much alike as 2 Lucky Strikes.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen. And as a matter of fact, I can show you just how true that is. Let me take this unopened package of Luckies and tear off a part of the top. Now I can see 6, 7, 8, 9 cigarettes. So round, so firm, so fully packed. The other 11 are covered by the rest of the package top. Now I pick out the first cigarette and the 9th cigarette and look at both. Now I shift them about in my hand and look at them again. And now I actually can't tell which cigarette was number 1 and which was number 9. For truly, one Lucky Strike cigarette is just like another. The 9th, the 20th, the 1,000,000th. They not only look alike, they are alike. Yes, smokers, you will find each Lucky Strike you smoke a cigarette of fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Thank you, Mr. Rysdale. And now a question from Jerome Schrader of New York City. If these people, gentlemen, drawn neither from fiction or from real life, were baseball fans, which major league team would they probably dislike? I'll give you an example. Anthony Comstock would dislike what team?
Brooklyn.
Why?
They were a little on the profane side.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that. I was just thinking of the Cards because he was opposed to gambling. But that gives you an idea of what the answer might be.
Well, he was against profanity, too.
Yes, he was. That's right. We must say a good word.
He was a good boy.
He was a very good boy. Well, that was just an example. Now, what major league team would Little Black Sambo dislike? Little Black Sambo.
Oh, I got that. The Tigers.
The Tigers. Yes. The Detroit Tigers. Now, what major league team would Peter Pan dislike? Peter Pan.
Is there a team called the Fairies?
No.
Well, it's all about fairies.
It is. Mr. Levant, Mr. Kieran?
Well, how about the Giants?
I don't think there are any giants in the life of Peter Pan, as far as I know.
He was such a little fella. He never grew up.
The Angels?
No.
That's in Los Angeles. I'm not making that up.
No. Wouldn't he dislike the Pittsburgh Pirates? Weren't there pirates?
Take it easy. That's my hometown.
I think the Pittsburgh Pirates, well, there was a pirate in Peter Pan that was his natural enemy. That gives us one wrong. And now here's another and final character. This gentleman is not from real life, not from fiction, rather, but he is from real life and will shortly be taken from real life and belong to history. I refer to Adolf Hitler. What major league team, or teams perhaps, would Hitler dislike? Mr. Lodge.
Yankees.
He would dislike the Yankees, by gosh.
The whole American League.
Right, and there's one more team he might dislike, particularly at the present moment, Mr. Kieran.
The Reds.
You bet, the Reds, yes. The Reds and the Yankees. Well, we lost one on that. That sends a $50 war bond to Jerome Schrader and a set of the Britannica. And how about this question from Dorothy Arnold of New York City? What is the gift referred to in these lines? The first is, it blesseth him that gives. What gift is that? It blesseth him that gives, Mr. Kieran.
The quality of mercy which is not strained.
Yes, that's the quotation is from...
It's from The Merchant of Venice by W. Shakespeare.
Yes. I bet you could you give us another line or two, do you suppose?
It droppeth as the gentle rain from heaven.
On the earth beneath. It is twice blessed. Blessed him that gives and him that receives.
And so on. If we had another half hour, we could just go on listening to Mr. Kieran all night. Now, here's another line about a gift. O wad some power the gifty gieth, Mr. Adams.
Our burns. To
Yes.
see ourselves as others see us.
Yes, that's quite right.
How
I
is my
admire your
Scotch?
Scotch. And how about this one? Before the beginning of years, there came to the making of man. Mr. Kieran?
That's from Algernon and Charles Swinburne. Time with a gift of tears, grief with a glass that ran. Is that it?
That's the one, yes. What poem is it from?
That's, the name of that is called Anima Inceps.
Atalanta in Caledon, I think it's
Oh,
from.
but yes, that's one of the choruses
I
from
think you're
Atalanta.
quite right. It's one of the choruses from it. That's exactly right. Well, that's all we have time for. Thank you, Senator Lodge, for being with us tonight. In a few seconds, I'll announce next week's guests. Tonight, Lucky Strike has paid out 2 sets of the Encyclopedia Britannica and 2 $50 war bonds. And speaking of bonds, I should like now, with your permission, to read a telegram which we've just received, addressed to Dan Golenpaul, the producer of Information, please. Quote, I should like to express my appreciation for the tour which you are beginning tonight. Every dollar the American people can lend to their government at this time will help keep our fighting men supplied with the equipment and weapons that they need. Your tour not only sets a fine patriotic example, but it should give direct encouragement to every man who wears the uniform of the United States, wherever he may be serving. Signed, Henry Morgenthau, Jr., Secretary of the Treasury. Now, next week, Mr. Adams and Mr. Kieran will be with us again, and as our guests, we announce the famous radio commentator William Shirer, author of Berlin Diary, and our old friend Christopher Morley, whose new novel, Thoroughfare, has just been published. Send letters with questions and the correct answers to Information, please, at 480 Lexington Avenue, New York City. And now a parting message from Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs, famous tobacco auctioneer from Goldsboro, North Carolina.
Let that chant always remind you that Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. That is why with men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-to-1. This program came to you from Symphony Hall in Boston. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Treasury Star Parade. Produced under the personal direction of William A. Beecher, with Paul Whiteman and his orchestra, the great American poet, Mr. Carl Sandburg, and Vincent Price as our master of ceremonies.
Thank you, Larry Elliott. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you Paul Whiteman playing the music of George Gershwin. For of all the conductors, it is Mr. Whiteman who best knows how to catch in melodic line and dynamic phrase the composer's lively music. Paul Whiteman and his orchestra in a brilliant medley of some of Gershwin's best-loved tunes. Thank you, Paul Whiteman. And now, ladies and gentlemen, standing here beside me in the studio is one of America's greatest poets, a poet of the people. He thinks the people's thoughts, he feels their feelings, and he speaks for them. He knows that they can take their medicine with sugar coating or they can take it naked and bitter. He knows they're going to take the shocking details of our next story with a cold resolve that such things must be stopped and must never happen again. Carl Sandburg, celebrated poet of America's soul and sinew and vigor, has written a new, an arresting, yes, a brutal poem about one phase of this war. He has come here to the studio to read you that poem, The Man with the Broken Fingers. Mr. Carl Sandburg.
The man with the broken fingers throws a shadow down from the spruce and evergreen mountain timbers of Norway and across Europe and the Mediterranean to the oasis palms of Libya. He lives and speaks a sign language of lost fingers. From a son of Norway who slipped the Gestapo nets, the Nazi patrols, the story comes as told among those now in Norway. Shrines in their hearts they have for this nameless man who refused to remember names the Gestapo wanted. Tell us those names. Who were they? Talk. We want those names. And the man faced them, looked them in the eye, and hours passed, and no names came. Hours on hours, and no names for the Gestapo. They told him they would break him as they had broken others. The rubber hose slammed around face and neck, the truncheon handing pain with no telltale marks. The distinction of the firing squad and death in a split second. The Gestapo considered these and decided for him something else again. Tell us those names. Who were they? Talk. Names now, or else. And no names came over and over, and no names. So they broke the little finger of the left hand. 3 fingers came next, and the left thumb bent till it broke. Still no names, and there was a day and a night for rest and thinking it over. Then again the demand for names, and he gave them the same silence. And the little finger of the right hand felt itself twisted, back and back twisted, till it hung loose from a bleeding socket. Then the 3 more fingers crashed and splintered one by one, and the right thumb back and back into shattered bone. Did he think about violins or accordions he would never touch again? Did he think of baby or woman hair he would never again play with? Or of hammers or pencils no good to him anymore? Or of gloves and mittens that would always be misfits? He may have laughed half a moment over a perfect Gestapo job. So now for a while he would handle neither knife nor fork, nor lift to his lips any drinking cup handle, nor sign his name with a pen between thumb and fingers. And all this was halfway. There was more to come. The Gestapo Wittencraft had an aim. They wanted it known in Norway. The Gestapo can be terrible. They wanted a wide whispering of fear of how the Nazis handle those who won't talk or tell names. We give you one more chance to cooperate. And he had no names for them. His locked tongue, his Norwegian will pitted against Nazi will, his pride and faith in a free man's way, his welcoming death rather than do what they wanted. They brought against this their last act of fury, breaking the left arm at the elbow, breaking it again at the shoulder socket. And when he came to, in a flicker of opening eyes, they broke the right arm, first at the elbow, then the shoulder. By now, of course, he had lost all memory of names, even his own. And there are those, like you and me and many, many others, who can never forget the man with the broken fingers. His will, his pride as a free man shall go on. His shadow moves and his sacred fingers speak. He tells men there are 1,000 writhing, shattering deaths. Better to die one by one than to say yes, 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 when the answer is no, no, no. And death is welcome, and death comes soon, and death is a quiet step into a sweet, clean midnight.
How much? How much for a little finger broken on the left hand? How much for 3 more fingers? How much then for a thumb? And then the other hand? How much for an arm broken at the elbow and again at the shoulder socket? And then the other arm? How much for such a broken man? How much for 10 such? 10,000? 100,000? Speak! How much, America? How much? Will you pledge at least 10% of your salary and invest it in war savings bonds and stamps to pay the price of liberty, freedom, and democracy? No amount is too small, and no amount can be too large to pay for such a precious possession. All over the world, men have died and are dying to preserve this freedom, to assure this victory. If we are to deserve their sacrifice, we must do our parts. Are you investing your share in war savings bonds? If not, begin today. Every dollar you invest in war savings bonds and stamps, you are investing in the freedom and security of America. This is your country. How much will you pledge to keep it yours?
everybody everywhere. How's Mother and Dad and the whole family? Folks, 1 year ago this week, the Japs attacked Pearl Harbor. And yesterday, our president reported to the nation that over 1 million fighting Yanks will be overseas on foreign soil by the end of the month. And they thought we wouldn't fight. All America is proud of her fighting men, and tonight, 1 year after the war started, our Alka-Seltzer National Barn Dance pays tribute to our 1 million boys over there. So our program tonight will be sent to our boys on all fighting fronts because several thousands of special recordings are being made of this program and sent overseas to entertain our brave soldiers, sailors, and Marines wherever they may be. We want them all to know that we're mighty, mighty proud of them and that we are doing our best to back them up here on the home front. For we know it's still a hard fight, and we're all in it.
We're all in it. We're all in it. The banker, the broker, the cowboy, the stoker. We're all in it now. They can't stop us. They can't stop us. The merchants and miners, the fighting frontliners. We're all in it now. The Kellys, the Coles, the Smiths and the Jones. I've got that fighting spirit in the bones. We're all in it, and we'll win it. Beneath their old glory, we'll write a new story. We're all in it now. Our own USA. We're gratefully brave for your land so free, for your sweet liberty. Our own USA. May your glorious way forever be guided right, be ever bright, with freedom's light. God bless you. May our own
Well, now that was the real American spirit. All right, all right. Yes, we're marching right along together, folks. A united nation with one common goal, victory. And now here's a great big hayloft howdy to all our boys over there. A brand new ditty presented by Hezzy, Kenny, Frank, and Gaby, the Hoosier Hot Dogs. Are you ready, Hezzy? Okay, let's go.
Hi, buddy, it's a beautiful day. Hi, buddy, everything is okay. Send along that word of cheer. Show them spirit. That's the way to make them fear it. Hi, buddy, keep them rolling along. Hi, buddy, soon we'll give them a gong. Send them back where they belong. Singing hi, buddy, hi, buddy, hi.
Hey, buddy, did you hear what I said? No. Hey, buddy, get the heck out of bed. Hey, listen, buddy, don't you hear that bugle? Don't you know what it means? Yeah, I know. You gotta get up. You gotta get up for beans. Hey, buddy, get out on the floor. Yeah, come on, get up, buddy. You know, we gotta drill some more. Shall I make up the bed and shut the door?
Yeah. Hi, buddy, hi, buddy, hi.
Good for you, Hoosier Hotshots. And then, we all join in that salute to our fighting lads on foreign shores. Oh, I tell you, folks, we're all out for a real all-American get-together tonight.
All right, then, how about a square dance, Joe?
Square dance? Well, there's nothing more American than I can think of, Lulabelle. So start those fiddles, boys. The two soldiers join. Here we go. Archie, call it off Yankee Doodle style. Yes, ma'am. All right. Everybody swing your partner, straighten up your face, go to your places, just like me wheels in that race, first couple outbound.
Well, folks, are these last few days before Christmas hectic ones in your home? Does it sometimes almost make you a headache just to think of the things that have to be done? Well, when the hustle and the bustle makes your head really ache, or if a touch of acid indigestion or nervous indigestion is your trouble, don't forget that Alka-Seltzer can make a big difference in the way you feel. Just stop in the nearest drugstore and ask for a glass of sparkling, refreshing Alka-Seltzer at the soda fountain. Or if you're home, fix yourself a glass of Alka-Seltzer and see how quickly it can have you smiling with relief. Try it whenever a busy day of Christmas shopping or planning leaves you feeling headachy and upset.
Back the honey ride and let Grandma the day, but it was Lanny well laugh me to the honey with a once and a half. He's staring at me with a smile. Now you're right, you can't go wrong, promenade when you come along, when you come along. Well, you certainly rocked the rafters of this old hayloft with that squared-ass girls and boys. Ah, listen. Methinks I hear the sweet twitter of songbirds up there in yon rafter.
Songbirds nothing, Joe. That's our sweet potato band tuning up for Lulabelle and Scotty's song.
Oh, yes, I remember now, Archie. They're going to sing that old American folk song, Soldier, Won't You Marry Me? And here they are, folks, those two Carolina songbirds, Lulabelle and Scotty.
Well, get rid of that chawing gum, Lily, and sing it pretty.
All right, you start it out, fellers, and we'll hop in summers. I don't know just where, hop in now, when? Soldier, soldier, will you marry me? Play the pipe and drum.
Oh, how can I marry such a pretty girl as you when I have no hat to put on?
Then away to the hat shop she did go, fast as she could run. Oh, a body and the hat are the very, very best. Now, my soldier, put this on. Now, soldier, soldier, will you marry me? Play the pipe and drum.
Oh, how can I marry such a pretty girl as you when I have no shirt to put on?
Well, away to the shirt shop she did go, fast as she could run. Oh, I bought him a shirt of the very, very best. Now, my soldier, put this on. Soldier, soldier, will you marry me? Play the pipe and drum.
Oh, how can I marry such a pretty girl as you when I got no socks to put on?
Well, away to the sock shop she did go, fast as she could run. Oh, I bought him some socks of the very, very prettiest. Now, my soldier, get into these. Now, soldier, soldier, will you marry me? Play the pipe and drum.
Well, how can I marry such a pretty girl as you when I have no shoes to put on?
Well, away to the shoe shop she did go, fast as she could run. Oh, I bought him some shoes of the very, very best. Now, my soldier, put these on. Now, soldier, will you marry me? Play the pipe and drum.
Oh, how can I marry such a pretty girl as you when I got a wife and kids at home?
You got a wife and kids at home? I got a wife and kids at home. What, you ain't kidding?
Swell, Lulabelle and Scotty, swell. Everybody enjoyed that good old timer, I'm sure. Well, say, let's keep our party rolling along here. Hey, what's going on back there?
Our guest just got here, Joe.
Oh, say, that's great, Archie. Yeah, bring him right over here, will you?
Okay, Joe. Right this way, fellas, over here.
Well, here they are, folks, our guests of the evening. You all know them. Three boys who have been favorites with radio listeners for many years. Those nitwits of the network. Welcome to the old hayloft, Tom, Dick, and Harry. And say, boys, now that you're here, what are you going to sing for us?
Well, Joe, we're not going to be nitwits tonight. We want to do our part paying tribute to our fighting Yanks. You know, Joe, that old neighborhood gang is broken up now, and we certainly miss the boys. But we're mighty proud of them.
2nd Street. The lonesomest guy in town is a cop on the beat. The neighborhood's so quiet, 'cause down at City Hall there's a list of names inscribed upon the wall. I'm mighty proud of that old gang of mine, wherever they may be tonight. I know they're in their function, 'cause each and every guy is somewhere on the ocean or somewhere in the sky. I'd stake my life on that old gang of mine, and for the sake of old lang syne, I'll bet before it's over, the whole world will be proud of that old gang of mine. I'll bet before it's over, the whole world will be proud of that old gang of
Hey, Joe, ask Tom, Dick, and Harry to sing another before they go, will you?
Why, sure thing,
Oh,
little
I'd
Belle.
love to hear
One
it.
good tune deserves another. Yes, sir, fellas, you can't get away with just one song. Now, let's have an encore.
All right, Joe. We'd like to sing the praises of some fine boys in the Air Corps. Boys you don't hear much about.
Say no more, Dick. I know just who you mean, the mechanic.
That's right, Joe. We call them the mechs of the Air Corps. There you are, boys. Contact.
The Army Air Force is famous, of course, and so are the men who fly. But think of the men the enlisted 10 no airplane can defy. We rev up the motors, we change the plugs, and all of the jets we drain. We know very well when she's running swell, you crank her up again. Oh, we are the mechs of the Air Force. Nuts to you, mud in your eye. We're the guys who make them fly, the grease balls of the Air Corps. It takes a crew like me and you to keep the flames up in the blue. Grease balls keep rolling the Army. We're the vital 10 and something more. You're hot on the stick when we make them tick, but you come home when the weather gets thick to the mechs, the grease balls of the Air Force. The pilots have flown and start coming home in the fire of the setting sun. Their work for the day is over, they say, while hell ours has just begun. But let no one say as we hammer away and replace a wing or two, that anything flies in the war-torn skies that can equal the red, white, and blue. Oh, grease balls keep rolling the Army. We're the vital 10 and something more. You give her the gun and off you go, for just right timing a magneto like a mechs, the grease balls of the Air Force. Thank you, Tom, Dick, and Harry. We certainly appreciate your coming down here tonight to help us salute our boys in the service on the fighting fronts all over the world. Now, Archie?
Yes, sir, Joe, something tells me that it's banjo time.
Something tells you.
Hey, you
Well,
sold me on the idea. Something is dead right, Archie. The trumpet's called front and center, that patriotic picker of the silver strings, Eddie Peabody, the banjo king.
Thank you, Joe Kelly. Tonight I've cooked up a special patriotic dish on the old banjo. I hope you like it. I'm going to ask the Dinning sisters to lend a hand during the cooking. The special ingredients call for Yankee Doodle Boy, Gobs of Love, and Stars and Stripes Forever. Here we go, Glenn.
lots of love for the Navy. Gals and gals and gals. So my heart skips a beat when a soldier I meet. What it won't do when I see a man in blue and I got loads of hugs and some kisses. That's exactly what a sailor misses. 'Cause every time the sea comes in, I start burning up within with gobs and gobs of love.
That was sure enough a patriotic bouquet of melody. And thanks to you, Denning sisters, for a fine vocal contribution. And now, folks, here's Jack Holden to tell you an easy and economical way to take your vitamins these days.
Yes, friends, it is easy to be sure you get a generous amount of all the B vitamins daily. Just take a single one-a-day brand vitamin B complex tablet every day. You see, each one-a-day tablet is so high in vitamin content that a single tablet supplies the average person's full minimum daily requirements of all the B complex vitamins whose requirements have been established. Yet, in spite of their unusually high vitamin content, one-a-day tablets are mighty low in price, just slightly more than 17 cents a week when you buy the large economy-size package. So remember, for real convenience and genuine economy, ask for one-a-day brand vitamin B complex tablets made by Miles. And also remember to ask your druggist for one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets, too, because you'll need their protective benefits during the long, hard winter months ahead. One-a-day is the registered trademark of Miles Laboratories. So just to be sure you get the genuine one-a-day brand made by Miles, look for the big one on the package.
Here's a brand new Johnny Doughboy romance, folks, right from Erin, 3,121 miles away. And here are those cute Denning sisters to sing it.
Somebody got a letter, just a simple little note. Somebody's feeling better. I'll tell you what I wrote. Darling, you're way out in Ireland. I am here in the USA. 3,121 miles away. You're so far from yours and my land, and I miss you more every day. 3,121 miles away. There'll be lots of other gals falling for those rugged eyes of blue. But it doesn't worry me, for I'm sure that you will be so true. I'm enclosing all my love, dear, and I pray that you're all okay. 3,121 miles away. There'll be lots of other gals falling for the rugged eyes of blue. But it doesn't worry me, for I'm sure that you will be so true. I'm enclosing all my love, dear, and I pray that you're all okay. 3,121 miles away.
that little old damn Cupid is working overtime with our armed forces dinning sisters.
Say, Joe.
Yeah, Hezzy.
Did you know that we brought a new girl to the party here tonight?
Why, no, Hezzy. Who is she?
Oh, boy, wait till you see her, Joe. It's Rosie the Riveter.
Well, we'd sure like to meet her, Hezzy. And here she is, folks, escorted by those 4 romantic Romeos. So who's your hotshot? Pardon me. Now, what's those hot rivets?
Yeah,
Let's go.
All day long, whether rain or shine, she's a part of the assembly line. She's making history, working for victory. Rosie, the Riveter, keeps a sharp lookout for sabotage. Sitting up there on the fuselage, that little frail can do more than a male can do. Rosie, the Riveter, Rosie's got a boyfriend, Charlie. Charlie, he's a Marine. Rosie is protecting Charlie, working overtime on the riveting machine. When they gave her a production E, she was as proud as a girl could be. There's something true about red, white, and blue about Rosie, the Riveter. Everyone stops to admire the scene. Rosie at work on the B-19.
Why, she's never twittery, nervous, or jittery, not Rosie.
Rosie?
Yeah, the Riveter.
What if she is smeared full of oil and grease? You know, she's doing her bit for the old Lend-Lease.
Ah, she keeps the gang around. They love to hang around Rosie.
Rosie?
Yeah, the Riveter.
You know, boys, she buys a lot of them war bonds. Now, that girl really has some sense.
Yeah, and she wishes that she could purchase more bonds.
Putting all her cash into national defense.
Senator Jones, who's in the know, shouted these here words on the radio. Berlin will hear about, Moscow will cheer about.
Rosie? Yeah, sure, the Riveter.
Shots, we certainly enjoyed meeting Rosie the Riveter. But seriously, that tune was a swell salute to all the many thousands of American women who are doing their share in the nation's war industry. And now, friends, to each and every one of our boys in the service, wherever they may be, here's a thought and a prayer from every American heart.
What a
Get your partners, boys. Let's go. Oh, thank you, kids. Bring around Bristol without one train on the right foot before he goes back. Then old Carly, lead can run wild. Lead in, stop and sing every little while that counts.
Say, listen, friends. Is a miserable cold keeping you from getting the pleasure you should out of your preparations for Christmas? Well, if it is, here's a mighty effective way to get comforting relief for much of your cold distress. Take care of yourself. Get as much rest as possible. Eat sensibly, dress wisely, and take Alka-Seltzer. Alka-Seltzer offers a kind of prompt, pleasant relief for the dull, achy feeling of a cold that's mighty hard to beat. And use it as a gargle, too, if a sore throat is a part of your cold misery. Be sure to have an ample supply of Alka-Seltzer on hand during the holidays. You can get Alka-Seltzer, you know, at any drugstore in either the 30 or the 60-cent size package.
Thanks for joining our party tonight, folks, and don't forget, you're all invited to join us again next Saturday night when we're going to have a happy Christmas party here in the old hayloft. So until next Saturday, then, this is Joe Kelly saying good night and good health to you all for Alka-Seltzer.
The Alka-Seltzer National Barn Dance has come to you from the stage of the Civic Theater and station WLS in Chicago. This is the National Broadcasting Company. WLS Chicago.
Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America as requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance presented this week and every week till it's over there. Okay there, men. Pick out a beam and push those GI ears into the loudspeaker, for here comes that big show of yours, Command Performance, with your favorite stars taking care of you guys who are taking care of the stars in Old Glory. From New Guinea to New Delhi, from Cairo to Chungking, and from Dawson to Darwin, it's Command Performance time for each one of you who fights and works for Uncle Sam, and for all you folks throughout the United Nations. And right now, for thousands of you who've made special requests for a very special favorite of yours, here she is, your mistress of ceremonies, Dinah Shore.
Thanks, Ken. Hi, fellas. All us girls who date you men on Command Performance send Christmas love and kisses. And we hope that little guy in 1943 does right by you. Speaking of Christmas, we're not seeing much of Santa Claus this year. We got the old boy working full-time on GI business. But our real Santa Claus here in Hollywood is Sam the mailman, who brings us those wonderful letters from all over the world. Digging into that mail tonight are Dorothy Lamour, the Merrimacs, Ethel Waters, Jose Turby, and the bands of Harry James, Tommy Dorsey, and Count Basie. And while this $1 million gang gets ready to fall in and count off, here's a tune that comes in for plenty of scribbling from you Command Performance foreign correspondents. Those mad about him, sad about him, how can I be glad without him blues? I went to bed last evening feeling blue as I could be. I couldn't sleep last evening for what was worrying me. All the tears I've wasted would surely fill the deep blue sea. I've got to sigh about him, cry about him, Lordy, where am I without him blue? He keeps me walking on the floor, and like a fool I ask for more. Although I know he isn't good, I wouldn't leave him if I could, I know. I'm not the first on his list, I'd never be missed. I wish I had a dime for every girl he's kissed, I swear. I
I'd be a millionaire. And yet I wouldn't care as long as I could get my share. I've got those mad about him, sad about him. How can I be glad without him blue? He makes my dreams go up in smoke, and then he treats it like a joke. He's just an ordinary sort of guy, and yet I love him till I die. Poor me. I've got those mad about him, sad about him. How can I be glad without him blue?
Thank you. Thanks a lot, fellas. Out there in the Pacific area, I wouldn't know just where, is a guy named Reginald. Now, I never met a prize fighter named Reginald, but among the world's prize fighters are the U.S. Marines, and our Reginald is Reggie Thompson, a leatherneck with an idea. The same idea held by a fellow named McCall in the Navy gang at a U.S. advanced destroyer base. The idea is not a new one, but it's a good one, say we. It's to have the Merrimacs give out with the old gray bonnet. So, Max, put on that bonnet for the AEF.
Your old gray bonnet with the blue ribbons on it, and we'll hitch all Dobbin to the shed. Through the fields of clover we will ride to Dover on our golden wedding day. Put on your old gray bonnet with the blue ribbons on it, and we'll hitch all Dobbin to the shed. Through the fields of clover we will ride to Dover on our golden wedding day. Put on your old gray bonnet with the blue ribbons on it, and we'll hitch old Dobbin to the shed. Through the fields of clover we're gonna ride to Dover on our golden wedding day. Put on your old gray bonnet with the blue ribbons on it, and we'll hitch old Dobbin to the shade. Dee-wee-da, dee-wee-da. Through the fields of clover we will ride on to Dover on a golden wedding day. Put on your old gray bonnet with the blue ribbons on it, and we'll hitch old Dobbin to the shade, old Dobbin to the shade. Through the fields of clover we will ride on it over on our golden wedding day. Through the fields of clover we will ride to Dover on a golden wedding day.
I'd like now to put in a call to a little island in the Galapagos group and say, what's doing, Jimmy Brunton? Jimmy's little island, according to Jimmy, is about 3,000 miles from the good old USA. And according to the gang there, this will be a red-letter day if their favorite gal does their favorite tune, St. Louis Blues. Well, in the USA or the AEF, when the boys think of St. Louis Blues, they think of our one and only Ethel Waters. Sing it, Ethel.
I hate to see that evening sun go down. Oh, no. I hate to see that evening sun go down.
Oh, Sister Mo.
'Cause my sweet man's done left me in this town.
Your man, your good man done gone.
If I'm feeling tomorrow like I feel today.
Oh, Lord.
Feeling tomorrow like I feel today.
Took your man away.
I'm packing my grip and making my getaway.
And make your getaway.
Why, that St. Louis woman that wore them diamond rings, let my man around my apron string. If it wasn't for her powder and for her store-bought hair, the man I love wouldn't have gone nowhere. Got the St. Louis blues, and I'm blue as I can be. My man's got a heart like rock cast in the sea, or else he wouldn't have gone so far from me. But when you see me leaving pin creep on your door, won't be dead, just ain't coming back no more. Got my railroad blues, railroad fare, feel like riding and it gets nowhere. Even get me a train 15 coaches long. When you look for waters, I'll be gone. The train I ride is marked Santa Fe. Carry me back yonder to Tennessee, to my dear old mama and dad. Bestest time I ever had. So long, 'cause I'm on my way.
Thank you, Ethel Waters. Fellas, you know how tough it is for a new swing band to hit the big time. And so right now, I want you to be very considerate and tolerant of a group of musicians who are trying their darndest to get somewhere. They've been on command performance a number of times, so they're getting a little better known. This band has a good trumpet player. I think the name is Ziggy Elman or something like that, so that helps too. The leader's name, I believe, is Tommy. Yeah. Well, isn't this a silly way to introduce the great Dorsey? Hold tight, fellas. Here's Tommy Dorsey with your girlfriend, Marie.
Your heart is aching, and tears will fall as you recall the moon in all its splendor. Your kiss, so very tender. The words, will you surrender to me?
Living in the great big way, Mama.
guys tell us in those letters to Command Performance, you'd even trade your share of tomorrow's powdered eggs for a big dish of boogie woogie. You also tell us that as far as you're concerned, head man in the boogie department is Count Basie. Basie and boogie. Man, that's really cooking with butter. So to warm up those Neeson huts near longitude 150 and latitude 60, here's that hot combination. Count Basie's orchestra and the Basie Boogie. Solid, Count Basie, solid. Thanks to you and your band. Well, fellas, Dorothy Lamour never ran for public office, but she just won a Command Performance election at APO 875. So Dottie now has to give out with a little patronage. The deal involves Lieutenant Nick, Sergeant Carnick, Corporals H.W. and M.M., and all the anti-aircraft lads who rode in on October the 6th from 875. Lamour also has agents at Box 1304 Pearl Harbor. How about it, Walsh? And when Command Performance and Dottie get through to APO 838, it honeys up Sunday morning for Sergeant Hume and a certain quartermaster platoon. Likewise, at APO 514, where she packs the boys into an 8x8 medical room, Dottie gets thanks from Yanks. APO 929 is partial to Lamour, too. So for all these reasons and hundreds more, here's one of your favorite songs, I Remember You, with the Joe Lilly Chorus and Dorothy Lamour.
Was it on Tahiti? Were we on the Nile? Long, long ago, saying our song, I recall that I saw you smile. I remember you. You're the one who made my dreams come true a few kisses ago. I remember you. You're the one who said I love you too. I do. Didn't you know? I remember too,
you, Dottie Lamour. And now Command Performance takes heed of the thousands of commands from Harry James fans. For Jimmy Noel and two buddies in Africa, all of whom have become proud fathers since leaving the USA. For Corporal Niley and the AA gang somewhere in Northern Ireland. For the crew at Baboon Lagoon, for the traffic cops on the New Burma Road, for Palumba, Fratelli, Wynn, Herget, Ritter, and Cherepi at APO 667, and for the mob at APO 827, who say only the Japs can tear us away from the radio when Command Performance is on, we obey this order, Sleepy Lagoon by Harry James and his orchestra. you, Harry James. Now, I'm calling Sergeant Connors at APO 853. I'm just plain Dinah Shore, Sarge, not Diana. And start collecting the cabbage from Jim, because I'm singing tonight for you and the guys who sweated out in Construction Barracks Number 2. Out there in the Pacific, Private McWhirter says, don't forget Bill and Hank and the Marines on Maui. Brother, girl, never forgets a Marine. Hello to the boys at APO 869. Van Wert, Oliver, Shears, Stanton, and Norton, and Corporal Renfro. That's Renfro of the Signal Corps this time. Hello, Chris, Tom, and Eddie at APO 959. Stay glued to that radio, fellas. Captain Davis, somewhere in Alaska. Glad you're getting command performance now, so take care of those 9 tubes, won't you? Tommy Augustine and the mob. I guess we're practically brothers and sisters by now, aren't we? I'll be your cheerleader any day of the year. Poor Bill Oliver. Olivier at Pat Wing 7. Let's do a book of Olivier's poetry, fellas, huh? That guy's my favorite poet, by the way. Anyhow, to all of you around the world who are so darn swell to me, I'll take care of more of the mail again soon. But right now, let me take care of a song that lots of you have asked for. They can't take that away from me. The way you wear your hat, the way you sip your tea, the memory of all that. No, they can't take that away from me. The way your smile just beams, the way we dance till 3, the way you haunt my dreams. No, they can't take that away from me. We may never meet again on the bumpy road to love. Still, I'll always keep the memory of the way you hold your knife, the way you sing off key, the way you've changed my life. No, they can't take that away from me. No, they can't take that away from me. Every week, fellas, we get a swell hunk of American journalism called the China, Burma, India Roundup, put out by Captain Fred Eldridge and the mob over there in India. And Fred, your staff sergeant friend here claims you're also a 10-gold man at tiger hunting. So we've got the Mills brothers here to give you a little background music. Hold that tiger.
Hold the tiger, 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 hold the tiger. Where's the tiger? Where's the tiger? Here's the tiger. Where's the tiger? Here's the tiger. Where's the tiger? Here's the tiger. Hold the tiger, 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 hold the tiger. Where's the tiger? Where's the tiger? Here's the tiger. Where's the tiger? Here's the tiger. Where's the tiger? Here's the tiger. No, 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 no. Hold the tiger.
Well, fellas, I reckon as how you'd like to have me say thanks to the many musician friends of yours in the bands of Tommy Dorsey, Harry James, and Count Basie, and to the rest of the crowd that popped in to warble or play a few bars on command performance tonight, to wit, Dorothy Lamour, the Merrimacs, Ethel Waters and Company, and Hosea Turby. On the other hand, I reckon as how we'd like to say thanks to all you guys. So many of your letters say that command performance makes you feel like you're right here with us. Well, it makes us feel like we're right there with you. And especially around Christmas time, that's an extra good feeling. I know you won't be doing much Christmas shopping this year, which reminds me, if that Hitler is wondering what he's going to get for Christmas and throughout the new year, we're wrapping up billions of dollars worth of stuff marked Made in the USA. And in order to get it to him fast, we're going to drop a lot of it from the sky. And a lot of it. This is Dinah Shore, fellas, saying good night and love from the USA.
Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, answering the requests of you men in the United States Armed Forces and our friends throughout the United Nations. Thanks for those letters, men, and keep them rolling in to the station to which you're listening, or to the Special Service Division, War Department, Los Angeles, USA. This is Ken Carpenter saying so long from over here, and the best of the best to all of you over there. Command Performance is presented by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America. This broadcast is part of our English language shortwave service.
Here 'tis, fellas. The AEF jukebox of the air, G.I. Jive. And once more, we're calling together the regular meeting of the Sharp Characters Club. We're all gathered here at headquarters to determine who will be elected to the presidency of the I Will Arise and then sit down again when I get through jumping society. Only Blue Jackets are entitled to vote on this here occasion, however, since this is a jukebox jamboree strictly for the Navy. Okay? Well, the first candidate for election this time is Mr. T of the Dorsey clan. He ought to pull a lot of votes as he throws his hat into the ring with Boogie Woogie. This one ought to make you flip your ballot. Well, that one got the votes of Eddie Marino and David Watts of Navy 230, also Sailor Billy Turpin. They all wrote in and asked for Tommy Dorsey's Boogie Woogie. Now we come to a candidate whose fame is spread far and wide as a leader who feels it his civic duty to see the public is supplied with the moster of the bester in sweet solid swing. And rumba, too, because it's Freddie Martin, and right now he's campaigning with a bit of propaganda here called Take It Easy. So, constituents, if you like his rhythm, get with him.
When the dance is slow, take it easy, take it easy. What's the good of feeling high when all the lights are low? Take it easy, take it easy. We've got lots of time ahead of us, the night is young. Take it easy, take it easy. Don't you know this music should be swayed instead of swung? Take your time, dance it with ease. Take your time, slow if you please. Take it easy. Don't you know it's time for romance when the music's sweet?
While you're marking an X opposite Freddie Martin's name on a ticket, let's read a vote that was sent in by machinist mate second class Harvey Jenkins of Navy 134. He wants to nominate a gal called Ice Cold Katie, who he thinks is entitled to the support of a few Blue Jackets. And while we're on that subject, man, don't forget, if you want to hear your favorite band leader on this here shindig, well, just drop us a card or a letter to Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA, will you? And we'll see that you get your request. Okay? Now let's listen to Harvey Jenkins' nominee, Ice Cold Katie. Well, now, the next entry on the ballot's a candidate whose platform is made up of solid riffs and rhythm. And when asked about his plans for the future, he merely points to his record. He's got a house full of representatives there who claim he should have the undisputed presidency of this little groove society on the strength of his past performances alone. And once again, our candidate points to his record. Well, in this case, it is a record to point to with pride, because it's really a mess of music. Bob Chester's the man nominated, and let it be stated that he's not overrated when he plays this fine item known as Tannin' Dr. Jekyll's Hide. Swing out, Bob. Well, that brings us to the end of this little spree on account of we used up all the cats. But we'll be coming at you soon now with another ballad of bounce, so be ready to catch it, will you? This program was produced by the Armed Forces Radio Service.
At ease and listen to the Armed Forces Radio Orchestra with your request soloist, Martha Mears. Here's a quarter hour of the music you'll always remember, America's folk songs of tomorrow. The music will be continuous with no interruptions or announcements of any kind. Instead, we'll give you the titles at the end of the program. So, at ease and listen. Today's program in the series at ease brought you I'll Always Be in Love with You by the light of the silvery moon, How High the Moon, Can't Get Out of This Mood, California, Here I Come, Mean to Me, Los Capanicas, Last Time I Saw Paris, Without a Song, and My Bonnie Lies Over the Ocean. The Armed Forces Radio Orchestra is under the direction of Major Meredith Wilson, your featured soloist, Martha Mears, on the electric guitar, Les Paul. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Prince Albert, the National Joy Smoke, presents your Grand Ole Opry.
Howdy, all your friends and neighbors. Join us in our Prince Albert show. Tune up your five-string banjo. Take down your fiddle and your bow. Throw back the rug on the floor. Light up your old cob fire. Everyone will have some fun at the Grand Ole Opry tonight.
What's smoking?
Yeah! Prince Albert smoking, yeah!
From the stage of the Grand Ole Opry House in Nashville, Tennessee, Prince Albert Smoking Tobacco brings you another big half hour of homespun fun and music. Our way of reminding you that whether you roll your own or smoke a pipe, you'll get more smoking joy from Prince Albert, the National Joy Smoke. Here in the old Opry House in Nashville, Tennessee, music and merrymaking aren't the only things in the air. You'll also find the smell of hickory logs, mothballs, and coonskin caps. You see, come Saturday night, the neighbors in these parts put on their winter duds and head for the Opry, because they know they'll find the old Opry House as cozy as a bug in a rug. And just one thing that's hotter than the old iron stove, and that's none other than His Honor George D. Hayes, the solemn old judge.
Thank you, Cousin Louie, and thank you, neighbors here in the Grand Ole Opry House. You fella can certainly tell that Christmas is almost here just from those introductions you've been giving me lately, Louie. Greetings to all of our friends from 20-odd states gathered here in the old Opry House and to many friends listening all over the country. We welcome you to the Prince Albert Grand Ole Opry, the hitching post for American folk music. Our only wish is that you have as much fun listening to the Grand Ole Opry as we have in presenting it to you. Roy Acuff and his Smoky Mountain Boys and Girls open tonight's shindig with a hoedown by the name of Bile Them Cabbage Down. All right,
stable. While the cabbage down, making hoe cakes brown. The only song that I can sing while the cabbage down. My shirt and down the road and go. While the cabbage down, making hoe cakes brown. The only song that I can sing while the cabbage down.
Good old opening on the Prince Albert Grand Ole Opry. And now we present Sam and Kirk McGee from Tennessee, two good old dirt farmers from Williamson County. And they've got a little foot-tapping ballad for us called John Henry, the Steel-Driving Man. Up and at 'em, Sam and Kirk.
John Henry was a colored man, and on his papa knee, and they all bid him good on the farewell. Lord, they hammer me the death of me, me. Hammer me the death of me. All right, all right. John Henry walked in a tunnel with the captain by his side. And the rock was the tall John Henry so small. Lord, he laid down his hammer and he cried, cried, cried. He laid down his hammer and he cried. John Henry told a shaker, well, a shaker, you better pray. For if I miss this piece of steel, Lord, tomorrow be your bearing day, day, day. Tomorrow be your bearing day. John Henry and a little woman.
The old buckboard. And that buckboard will be filled with lots of your favorite stars. Up in the driver's seat by Cracky will be Mr. Grand Ole Opry himself, Roy Acuff. And Roy's bringing along Miss Kitty Wells, Johnny and Jack, and the Smoky Mountain Boys and all the gang. Till then, this is Ernest Tubbs saying thanks for everything. Remember to be better to your neighbor and you'll have better neighbors, and we'll be seeing you next Saturday at the Grand Ole Opry.
Here's wonderful news for you smokers. Exciting news that's all wrapped up in a colorful new package.
That's the bright, smart new package of red, white, and gold that contains the new, all-new Cavalier cigarettes.
All new Cavalier's great new blend brings you great taste. The king-size smoke with the king-size taste.
Yes, the all-new Cavalier gives you plenty of flavor. Naturally rich taste that draws so easy through the cooling extra length of Cavalier's top crop tobaccos. The flavor's all there.
You get rich, smooth, natural tasting flavor all the way, puff after puff.
When new, true smoking enjoyment with all new king-size Cavaliers with their great tasting new blend. Light up and discover the wonderful extra smoking pleasure you get with the new, all-new Cavalier.
The king-size smoke with the king-size taste. This program was brought to you by WSM, affiliated with the National Broadcasting Company. This is Monitor, the new NBC radio service.
This is WSM Nashville.
From the Ryman Auditorium in Nashville, Tennessee, the world capital of country music, it's your Grand Ole Opry starring Ray Price.
Tell me that you care, but now you're gone. You got me crying. No use denying. You done me wrong. If I could look inside your heart, maybe I would know the reason why you are leaving me all alone. Well, you know it's not not so when you said tried. Well, you know you lied. I didn't do one wrong thing to you. Won't you tell me, baby, why you went and left me here so lonely? I miss you only, for I love you. If I ever make you sad, so you'd be mad enough to hurt me and desert me for so long. Well, you're telling everyone what you done. You think it's funny. Well, listen, honey, you done me wrong. For you know it's not so when you said tried. Well, you know you lied. I didn't do one wrong thing to you. Won't you tell me, baby, why you went and left me here so lonely? I miss you only, for I love you. Well, thank you, and great big hello to all of my friends and neighbors of the Grand Ole Opry.
Boy, there's a big lineup of your Opry favorites waiting to visit with you tonight. Rod Brassfield, Cousin Minnie Pearl, Chet Atkins, Del Wood, and the entire Opry gang.
Yes, sir, Grant Turner, and as my special guest, I've invited over a boy who sings a fine country song, the Columbia record star, Johnny Horton. Now, Johnny will be along in just a minute, but right now we're laying out to welcome Matt for a fellow who's always welcome at the Grand Ole Opry. He's Hohenwald's #1 citizen, the teller of tall tales, Rod Brassfield.
Oh, there, Ray. How you getting on, boy?
Fine, Rod. How you?
Boy, it's hot tonight, ain't it?
It sure is.
You can just call me old Lamplight Brassfield from now on.
Why?
'Cause every gal in town has turned me down.
Hey, Rod, how's things down on the farm?
Oh, just fine, Ray, just fine. I've got one old hen down there on the farm that lays 7 eggs in 5 days. That way she's got the whole weekend all to herself. So then, brother, she needs it, you know what I mean? I've got used to milking my cows every morning at 6 o'clock.
At 6 o'clock?
Yes, sir. And the other day, I got up early and I went to milking about 2 hours before 6 o'clock and, before the old cows woke up.
Yeah.
I was just milking away and this old cow woke up and she turned around and looked at me and said, "Well, thank heavens it's you. I thought I was being robbed."
Rodney, by the way, now that we're talking, how's your girlfriend Susan?
Oh, she's just fine, just getting fat, that's all.
Getting fat?
I'm telling you, that gal's getting so fat, she's got sides that I ain't never seen yet. That's the truth. She's sure, I'm having trouble getting my arms around her.
She's so big?
Yeah, I sure am. The only time I can hug her is when I catch her inhaling.
Well, Rod, tell me, how much does she weigh now?
Oh, she weighs 200 pounds and 150 ounces. And, brother, when she flounces, them ounces all bounces. But I love that gal. I'm telling you, she's a honey. I love her because she looks to me just like a wax doll.
A wax doll?
The only trouble is this extreme hot weather, all that wax is run down to one place, you know what I mean? And bow-legged, that gal is so bow-legged she couldn't head a sow in a ditch.
No kidding.
The only woman I ever saw that could walk down a bowling alley while a game's going on. That's the truth. Well, Ray, I would like to stay here and visit with you, but it sure is hot, ain't it?
It's hot.
I've got to go down to the veterinarian. There's that horse doctor.
Yeah.
I got to go down there and see about them elephants.
What elephants?
Oh, you didn't hear about that terrible accident that happened in Hohenwald last week?
No.
Oh, good gracious, Ray. We had a terrible accident. There's a circus was playing Hohenwald.
Yeah.
And they had a show there, and right about the middle ways of the show, they had a big bunch of them elephants parading around in the arena there.
Yeah.
You know how they hook them together with their snout caught to the other's tail and everything,
Yeah.
You know how they're sort of hooked up together?
Yeah.
Well, sir, one of them big old elephants stumbled and fell and jerked 4 knots, 4 tails out of 4 other elephants, and by then I've got to go see about it.
All right,
You know, Ray, that Rod Brassfield sure makes a lot of folks happy, doesn't he?
You bet he does. Grant, he's a great performer.
You know something else that always gives a wonderful performance? That's Prince Albert smoking tobacco. Yes, sir, every time you put a match to PA, you get that natural tobacco taste. You see, Prince Albert is tobacco as nature meant tobacco to be. And then that fine tobacco's rich, natural flavor is held and heightened by PA's own special process. So pipeful after pipeful, that natural tobacco taste is there for you to enjoy.
Yes, sir, Grant, and what's more, Prince Albert is crimp cut to pack neat and firm in your pipe. Smoke smooth and long burning. No wonder that everyday PA is taste tested and approved by more smokers than any other smoking tobacco.
So all you pipe and makings men listening in, why not find out for yourselves why Prince Albert is America's largest selling smoking tobacco. So get one of those handy red tins of Prince Albert, the national joy smoke.
Well, sir, it's guest time at our Grand Ole Opry, so what do you say we have a great big Grand Ole Opry welcome for Johnny Horton? You know, we're awful glad to have you with us here. I believe this is your first time, isn't it?
It sure is, and it's a real privilege to be here on the Grand Ole Opry, the Prince Albert portion of it, and I just don't have words to express it, really.
Well, Johnny, we're real proud to have you here, and we're proud of the big, great hit number that you got out. Would you sing it for us?
Be real happy to.
All right.
I'm a honky-tonk man, and I can't seem to stop. I love to give the girls a whirl to the music of an old jukebox, but when my money's all gone, I'm on the telephone, hollering, hey, hey, mama, can your daddy come home? Well, I'm living fast and a dangerously. I've got plenty of company. When the moon comes up and the sun goes down, that's when I wanna see the lights of town. 'Cause I'm a honky-tonk man, and I can't seem to stop. I love to give the girls a whirl to the music of an old jukebox, but when my money's all gone, I'm on the telephone, hollering, hey, hey, mama, can your daddy come home? I'm a honky-tonk man, and I can't seem to stop. I love to give the girls a whirl to the music of an old jukebox, but when my money's all gone, I'm on the telephone, hollering, hey, hey, mama, can your daddy come home? It takes a pretty little gal to get you feeling fine. That's what it takes to make a honky-tonk mind. With the jukebox a moaning, a honky-tonk sound, that's when I wanna lay my money down. 'Cause I'm a honky-tonk man, and I can't seem to stop. I love to give the girls a whirl to the music of an old jukebox, but when my money's all gone, I'm on the telephone, hollering, hey, hey, mama, can your daddy come home?
Well, so that was mighty fine, Johnny. Now let you and me grab some partners and join the Grand Ole Opry dancers at the square dance of Soul to Joy with Cousin Lou Children. Oh.
That girl and suck big back and everybody swing. Hell, now you swing more, I swing pole, swing the gal from Arkansas. All the ladies step out, gents, step in, grab your hold and go again. Swing around and swing a high, swing a low, and grab the gal and go see the but take grab and take squirrel, take the little girl around the world, and everybody swing your pot now. Well, the ladies go consider the dance, kick down, hold it, don't let her in. Whoa, you whoa. Run, take the feet back to the center and swing and swing back to the up forward, be careful and come up forward and everybody swing. Now hold your roll and grab it, gal, and go see Joe and everybody swing them around. Tickle a heel and tickle a toe and grab it, gal, and away you go. Go see Joe and everybody swing them again. Oh, swing them high, swing them low, take them home.
You know, we always enjoy good country dancing and music and fun, and we always get a lot of satisfaction for this special moment of our Grand Ole Opry show. This is the time we settle down a bit and sing a sacred song. Tonight is a special, special moment because our song is one of the finest old hymns ever written.
I'm weak, but thou art strong. Jesus, keep me from all wrong. I'll be satisfied as long as I walk. Let me walk close to thee. Just a closer walk with thee. Granted, Jesus is my plea. Daily walking close to thee. Let it be, dear Lord, let it be. Just a closer walk with thee. Granted, Jesus, hear my plea. Daily walking close to thee. Let it be, dear Lord, let it be.
Thank you, folks. Thanks a whole lot. Right now, here comes a friend of yours with something mighty important on his mind.
Say, Ray, do you find that your taste habits change from year to year?
Well, Grant, some of my tastes change, but one thing I stick with for sheer pleasure is Prince Albert smoking tobacco. You see, I know that every time I roll up PA and an OCB paper, it's sure to please my taste.
Well, it's that way with a lot of Macon's men. Prince Albert is taste tested and approved by more smokers than any other smoking tobacco. Macon's men like the easy way PA rolls and smokes so mild and tasty. Prince Albert is tobacco as nature meant tobacco to be. And then the rich flavor of this fine tobacco is held and heightened by PA's own special process.
And PA is crimp cut to roll easy. It won't blow around or dribble out the end.
Friends, roll your next Macon cigarette with Prince Albert, America's largest selling smoking tobacco.
It's a natural taste, and that's a test. The Bruce Prince Albert is naturally best. So easy rolling, more men say, give me mild and mellow PA.
Well, sir, coming up right now, some old-fashioned piano playing, strictly Grand Ole Opry style. And here's Miss Jill Wood with a 12th Street Rag. thank you, Dale. That was real fine. Well, sir, here's one of the highlights of my Saturday night coming up, and I'll bet it be one of yours, too. Because here comes our gal Saturday, Cousin Minnie Pearl.
Just so proud to be here. Well, Ray, you sure look pretty tonight.
Thank you, Minnie.
Oh, I love them suits. Got all them motion pictures on them there. Oh, there's a whole lot happening on that in the race, ain't there? Engines fighting one another. Well, see, though, I don't believe, though, I'm so tuckered out tonight. I'm just plumb tuckered out. I don't believe even if a feller looked like he was going to grab me and kiss me, I don't believe I could run. And he'd probably get away. Yes, sir. You know, I've been worried about my brother. Mammy's she's made up her mind that this summer brother's going to get him a job. So he started looking for a job. He was real lucky the first 2 days. He didn't get none. No, he didn't. He couldn't find a job. He was so happy every afternoon he'd come home, couldn't find a job. Finally went over to Miss Markham's and asked her if she had anything he could do. He said, Miss Markham, any kind of work I do, I just throw myself into my work. She said, good, come over next week and dig me a well. But he went over to Centerville, Tennessee. That's about, I reckon 3 miles from Grinder Switch. And he got him a job over there delivering papers early in the morning. Oh, he said it was so nice because most of the folks left him a quart of milk there, so he could drink it. Yeah, wasn't that nice? Them folks is nice at Centerville, ain't they? Well, so though, I tell you, Uncle Nabob started out of the house the other night. Him and Aunt Ambrosie been feuding lately. And he started out of the house the other night, and Aunt Ambrosie says, where are you going? Uncle Nabob says, I'm going over to see Lem Tuckett. Said he's got a case of streptococcus. Aunt Ambrosie says, you fools will drink anything, won't you? Well, so though it's just so hot down at Grinder Switch, I'd invite all of you to go down and spend Sunday with us tomorrow, but it's just so hot. Uncle Nabob come by the house the other day, and he says, it's just so hot. I woke up this morning, and it was so hot I thought I'd done died and went where folks have been telling me to go all these years. Bye now, see you
We always get a big kick out of talking to Minnie, and we always get a lot of pleasure listening to our guest, Johnny Harton. How about another song from Johnny, huh? Johnny, I tell you, I'd like to hear you sing a song that I heard you singing early this morning. Would you do it for me?
I'll be real happy to.
All right.
Now, this is a story about the Rock Island Line. The Rock Island Line, she run down in New Orleans. Just before you get into New Orleans, they got a big toll gate where you got to pay the man just some money. Of course, if you got certain things on board, you're okay. You don't have to pay the man nothing. Right now, we see a train pull into the station. Driver stick his head out the window and yell down at the man. I got pigs. I got horses. I got cows. I got sheep. I got all livestock. I got all livestock. I got all livestock. And the man said, boy, you okay? You going through? He said, you don't have to pay nothing. So the man ain't going through. Train get on down away from the station. Well, it starts picking up a little bit of steam. Then it starts picking up a little bit of speed. Driver think he's safely on down the line from a man, so he stick his head out the window and he yell back down the line at the man. I fooled you, I fooled you. I got pig iron, I got pig iron, I got old pig iron. I tell you where I'm going, boy. Down the Rock Island Line, she's a mighty good road. Rock Island Line is a road to ride. Yeah, the Rock Island Line, she's a mighty good road. You want to ride her, gotta ride her like you find her. Get your ticket at the station at the Rock Island Line. Well, I may be right, I may be wrong. I bet you're gonna miss me when I'm gone. Down the Rock Island Line, she's a mighty good road. Rock Island Line is a road to ride. Yeah, the Rock Island Line, she's a mighty good road. You want to ride her, gotta ride her like you find her. Get your ticket at the station at the Rock Island Line. Hallelujah, I'm free from sin. The good Lord's coming for to see me again. Down the Rock Island Line, she's a mighty good road. Rock Island Line is a road to ride. Yeah, the Rock Island Line, she's a mighty good road. You want to ride her, gotta ride her like you find her. Get your ticket at the station at the Rock Island Line.
A, B, C, W, X, Y, Z. The cat's undercover, but he don't see me. Down a Rock Island line, she's a mighty good road. Rock Island line is a road to ride. Yeah, the Rock Island line, she's a mighty good road. You wanna ride her, gotta ride it like you find it. Get your ticket at the station at the Rock Island line. Down a Rock Island line, she's a mighty good road. Rock Island line is a road to ride. Yeah, the Rock Island line, she's a mighty good road. You wanna ride her, gotta ride it like you find it. Get your ticket at the station at the Rock Island line.
Well, thank you, Johnny, and you come back and see us any old time you're in the neighborhood, won't you? Now, what do you say we get a good, healthy bundle of fine guitar playing? Here's our favorite picker, Chet Atkins.